Hey dreamers, welcome to Dan Jones' Sleep Stories. It's time to wrap yourself up in a safe, cozy blanket of dreams as you close your eyes and relax asleep into slumberland while listening to this calming tale where you sleep fast, sleep well, and sleep all night. If you like this bedtime story or have thoughts for future sleep stories, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. You can also support the channel on Patreon, where you'll find audio voice-only versions of my sleep stories. Thank you for your continued support. And before the story begins, imagine that you're being told this sleep story to the relaxing backdrop of rain outside. Just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to have a sense of relaxing your mind and body as I count down from 20 to 1. Becoming deeper absorbed in the experience with each number. From 20, beginning to focus on the top of your head, noticing what your head is resting on, how it's supported gently in place, the comfort in and around your head as it rests there. 19. Having a sense of the muscles around your scalp and the back of your head softening and relaxing deeper and deeper, drawing in peace and comfort with each breath that you take, before moving your awareness around your face. 18. Focusing on what it's like for that relaxation to spread around your face, your ears and your cheeks. Having the muscles in these areas soften and relax. 17. Relaxing the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead, while the muscles around the side of your head and over the top of your head begin to relax deeper and deeper. 16. Noticing how you can pay attention to fading tension, or perhaps find that tension dissolves without paying it any attention at all. 15. And you can continue to allow that relaxation to spread down around your mouth, relaxing your lips and your jaw, relaxing the muscles around the side of your neck, around to the back of your neck and around your throat. 14. And as your jaw relaxes and hangs slightly loose, limp and comfortable, that relaxation can continue to move down to your shoulders and your upper back. 13. And I don't know whether that relaxation happens fastest around your shoulders, or in the upper back, or perhaps down the tops or the front of your shoulders. As that relaxation progresses around your back and your chest, softening and relaxing those muscles fully, deeply and comfortably. 12. And as those muscles soften and relax while you rest there, that relaxation can begin to spread down the arms to the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. 11. And I don't know which arm will relax fully fastest, whether it'll be the left arm or the right arm, or whether the arms will relax at the same rate and speed as each other. 10. And as that relaxation continues through those arms, it can flow down through your stomach, your sides and lower back, all the way down to your bottom, before extending deeply down through your legs to the tips of your toes. 9. And as your body becomes deeper and deeper relaxed, while you drift into the most pleasant sleep, so your mind begins to relax as a wave of healing light gently passes down through your body. 8. You begin to have a sense of that healing light touching your forehead, enveloping your face and head with healing deep relaxation, absorbing comfortably and gently into you with each in-breath that you take. 7. Filling you with peace and calm, spreading that healing, restorative, recuperative light down through your body, calming your mind. 6. Breathing in healing, calm relaxation. And breathing out any stress or tension. 5. Aware of that healing light passing down your neck, softening and relaxing those muscles, spreading that healing light throughout the neck as it spreads down with the next breath to your shoulders, around the back of your neck and down into your arms. 4. Gradually continuing that flow of healing light all the way to the tips of the fingers. 3. And with another in-breath, the healing light can spread down through the body, softening and relaxing muscles, healing deep within the body, filling the body with pleasure and deep relaxation. 2. As the light journeys down around your stomach, your lower back and sides, into your buttocks and all the way down to the soles of your feet, perhaps noticing your whole mind and body filling with a deep sense of peace and calm. 1. And as you allow that light to flow with each breath, you can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper asleep as you drift comfortably into this story. And you're walking along through countryside, and the gentle rise and fall of the hills beneath your feet feels almost like a lullaby, the earth itself rocking you with every step. The air is crisp and clean, sweet with the scent of wildflowers that bloom in delicate clusters along the path. Above you, the sky stretches out in an endless blue, soft and smooth like a piece of silk, so calm that it feels as though the world itself is holding its breath. The sun is warm but not overwhelming, just a gentle golden blanket that drapes over the landscape, infusing the day with a serene glow, illuminating the hills, the grass, warming your skin with a kind of quiet tenderness, as though it's inviting you to relax deeper and deeper, to let go of anything that might be on your mind. And you continue to walk, and the ground beneath you gives slightly, the grass parting softly as though it recognizes every step that you take. And there's a soothing rhythm to the landscape, to your walking, to the gentle sway of the tall grasses brushing against your legs, the soft rustling of leaves stirred by a faint breeze. Everything around you moves so slowly, as though time itself is in no hurry, and the world invites you to match its pace. A low hum fills the air, the sound of bees moving lazily from one flower to the next, their wings buzzing in a slow, harmonious rhythm. You can hear the distant chirping of birds, their songs travelling through the air, calming your soul, each note carrying a message. As you relax deeper and deeper into the quiet peace that surrounds you, and with every breath, you can feel yourself becoming more connected to the world around you, drawing you deeper and deeper into the experience. And the hills you're walking over continue to undulate so softly, like the gentle movement of waves on a calm sea. Each ascent bringing with it a new view, a new stretch of peaceful green that unfolds before you, stretching out towards the horizon. And there's no hurry, no pressure to move quickly. And the path beneath you is soft, its edges lined with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze, petals glowing softly in the golden light. And the warmth of the sun rests on your shoulders, so soothing and gentle, radiating through your body, filling you with a soft, drowsy comfort. The air around you so fresh, carrying those scents of the earth and the flowers. Each inhalation feeling like a deep, restorative breath, guiding you deeper and deeper into relaxation, while your own footsteps merge with the natural rhythm of the world, sinking you in calmness with the environment. And as you continue to walk, those hills stretching out before you, you continue to feel so deeply and so comfortably relaxed. And as the day begins to slip gently towards evening, the light shifts, casting long shadows, stretching across the hills. The sun hanging lower in the sky, its golden rays softening and kissing the tops of the trees ahead. As you approach the edge of a forest, its entrance marked by tall, majestic trees, their branches arched overhead. And as you enter, the air changes. You start to smell the scents of the forest. And as you enter the forest, passing into the dimly lit environment, you can notice the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. The world beyond the forest grows quieter, more distant. The trees towering overhead, branches gently rustling in the breeze, occasional leaves falling to the ground. The gentle, dappled light breaking its way through the canopy overhead, dancing before you. And the deeper into the forest you go, the more it seems to reveal its magic. You notice soft, ethereal lights starting to glow from beneath the leaves, pulsing gently, like the rhythm of a slow, peaceful heartbeat. You notice that the plants here are unlike anything you've ever seen before, their leaves shimmering with a faint luminescence, casting an otherworldly glow across the landscape. Small creatures moving quietly among the undergrowth, everything moving so slow and graceful, as though this whole place is part of a dreamlike rhythm. A relaxing symphony designed to lull you to sleep. And as you continue walking, you start to hear the distant sound of water trickling over rocks, and the ground beneath you begins to feel a little softer, almost spongy. And you continue walking deeper and deeper into this forest, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm. And as night begins to set in, you find your way to that sound of flowing water. And you notice that stream runs through a clearing nestled here in the heart of this magical forest, where you can see the first stars of the night. And so you set up the camp, listening to the sounds change in the forest, from the daytime animals to the nighttime. Each sound so relaxing, so calming and comforting. You can notice the glowing, pulsing lights of this forest, from the plants and the animals, the insects flying in the air. You can notice that the temperature is just right to relax near a campfire to the sound of the running water, sitting in the entrance to your tent. You enjoy a warm cup of tea. You can smell the scent of that tea, the feeling of the cup in your hand, the warmth radiating into your palms. Noticing the sensation with each sip of tea you take, of the warm liquid passing in through your mouth and down towards your stomach, bringing in peace and calmness. And as the night continues to deepen, so you can see the broadening blanket of stars and the most beautiful silvery crescent moon gently rising above the trees, and the way that it is reflecting in the water of the stream. And the scene is so enchanting and magical. And you're aware as you gaze up at those stars, how the different constellations you can see were once ancient stories to different people. As people imbued the night sky with the stories of their time, of the myths and legends they wanted carried through the generations. And you find as the night continues on that any thoughts that were once racing through your mind begin to drift away like leaves passing down the stream, each breath relaxing you deeper and deeper into the experience. Hearing those nighttime sounds calming you further, and time seems to stretch out, like every second lasting a minute. And then after a while, you rest back into the tent and you close your eyes to just enjoy being in the moment, letting the sounds and sensations wash over you, guiding you into the most peaceful state of stillness, relaxing you deeper and deeper. And as you lie back in the tent, listening to the sounds, you begin to comfortably drift asleep. Sometimes aware of the sounds outside the tent, other times more focused on the changing focus to the land of dreams in your mind. The last of the worries fading away as you rest into peaceful slumber. And as you drift quietly and peacefully asleep, you can notice your body beginning to feel weightless, as if suspended in a state of perfect relaxation. The temperature around you just right to facilitate the most deep and comfortable sleep. And the next morning, you awaken to the light of the new day shining onto the tent, making the tent seem to almost glow with warmth. You can hear the morning sounds of the forest. You can breathe in the fresh, cool and comfortable air, and continue to hear the sound of the stream flowing. You enjoy a comfortable breakfast, looking forward to your journey ahead today. And you pack up your camp and you follow that stream until the stream merges with a river. You continue to walk alongside this river, walking deeper and deeper through the forest, enjoying the soothing sound of the flow of the water. Each step relaxing you deeper and deeper into the experience. And after hours of peaceful walking, you find yourself approaching a secluded clearing where you discover the remnants of a forgotten civilization, with crumbled stone walls, half hidden by moss and vines, reclaimed by nature over centuries. You look at the ruins and feel that they seem so humble, as if they've always belonged to the forest. You notice the way that nature has so gently folded these ancient structures into its embrace. You walk among the ruins, you reach out and touch one of the crumbling walls, your fingers brushing so delicately against the rough surface of the stone, feeling the cool beneath your hand, solid yet fragile. And you notice that some of the stone is adorned with intricate carvings, faded and worn by time. You can't work out what they tell the story of, what their meaning is, but you have this feeling that ancient wisdom lingers in this area, and that these ruins once held great meaning. And this area feels so still, so contemplative, so relaxing. And as you walk around these ancient ruins, you discover an entrance to what appears to be an underground chamber, and the stones framing the entrance are larger and more ornate, yet still deeply weathered by time. And you head towards that entrance, and with curiosity and excitement, you walk through the threshold, descending, curious what you'll discover. And as you descend, you notice how the steps beneath your feet are smooth and worn by time and by those who repeatedly descended these steps in the past. And each footstep echoes so gently around the walls of this underground chamber. And once down in the chamber, you notice its quietness, the stillness of the air, that it's cooler than on the surface, There seems to be a soft light filtering through the chamber from an unknown source, perhaps the walls just gently glowing themselves. You can see faded carvings, intricate designs, the way they seem to be depicting scenes of a flourishing civilization now long gone. Their stories etched forever into these stones, and in the centre of the chamber, bathed in that soft ethereal glow, sits an ornate bottle resting on a stone pedestal. The bottle is small but exquisitely detailed, covered in gems which catch the soft light and sparkle and shimmer. You walk over to that bottle. You run your fingers around the surface of the bottle. With a deep breath, you lift the bottle off of the pedestal, noticing that it's much lighter than you'd expected. You take a look around the whole bottle while holding it. You carefully reach for the cork and pull that cork from the top of the bottle. And with a gentle sigh, as if the bottle itself is releasing a long-held breath, a pastel pink mist begins to pour out, swirling delicately in the air. The mist moves with grace, as if it's sentient, expanding and unfurling with a soft, fluid motion, spiraling upward, forming shapes that drift and twirl like tendrils of a dream, light and airy yet full of presence. The cloud seems to dance in the air, its soft pastel hues glowing faintly in the dim light. It swirls around you, its form ever changing, shifting like a gentle breeze through an open window. As it floats gently around you, the cloud's delicate movements feel soothing, almost hypnotic. You can feel yourself relaxing deeper and deeper as your mind becomes quieter and quieter while watching the cloud's graceful dance. The room around you seems to blur at the edges, and all that exists in this moment is the soft, gentle presence of the pastel cloud, its form expanding and contracting in a peaceful rhythm. The cloud moves closer, and you feel its cool, light presence brushing against your skin. It carries with it a faint, sweet scent, like the first breath of spring flowers blooming after a long winter. The soft air stirs gently around you, and with it comes a sense of freedom, of release, as though the weight of time itself is melting away. The cloud's presence is light, airy, and yet it feels deeply comforting, like being wrapped in a soft, invisible blanket that brings with it a profound sense of peace. And the pastel pink cloud hovers gently before you, its form shifting as if it's considering something, preparing to speak. Then from the center of the cloud, a soft, melodic voice begins to emerge, a gentle, soothing sound, filling the chamber with peace and kindness. Thank you, the cloud begins. You've released me from the confines of my bottle. For centuries, I was trapped within, waiting for someone to find me, to set me free. You begin to feel a connection with this cloud. Long ago, the cloud says, I served the people of this land. I was called upon to bring rain to their fields, to provide shade on the hottest days, and to transport them across great distances when they needed to travel. I was their companion, their guardian in the skies. But as time passed, the people faded away, their civilization forgotten by all but the trees and the stones of the forest. The cloud swirls gently around you as it speaks, its movements slow and deliberate. When the people were gone, no one remained to call me from the bottle, and so I remained trapped, waiting in silence, hoping that one day someone would come. And now you're here. The cloud pauses in a moment of quiet reflection. I'm free now, the cloud says, and for that I offer you my gratitude. Let me show you the world as it once was. Let me take you on a journey through the skies. The cloud begins to expand, filling the room, wrapping around you like a soft, weightless cocoon. Come, the cloud says, let's journey together. And with that, you feel yourself lifting softly off the ground, rising gently into the air as the cloud carries you upwards. The chamber beneath you fades away, and all around you is the soft, pastel glow of the cloud, its presence like a dream come to life, guiding you deeper and deeper into a world of peace and wonder. And the cloud lifts you gently into the air, as though the ground beneath your feet has melted away, leaving you weightless and free. You don't feel any tugging or pulling, only the soft, effortless sensation of rising. The air around you is cool and crisp, a refreshing breeze that brushes lightly against your face, carrying with it the scent of distant mountains and the sweetness of wild meadows below. Beneath you, the landscape stretches out vast and serene, like a painting unfolding before your eyes. Rolling hills, rippling softly like waves, their green folds blending into meadows that shimmer under the sunlight. Beyond the meadows, forests gather in a quiet cluster, their tall trees swaying in slow, rhythmic movements, as though they too are a part of the peaceful dance of the earth. Rivers wind their way through the landscape, silver threads glinting in the light, weaving patterns of calm as they meander towards the horizon. The cloud moves effortlessly, carrying you higher with each breath, its surface soft and cushioned beneath your body. It rises and falls in a gentle rhythm, lulling you deeper and deeper into the most pleasant reverie. Above you, the sky stretches endlessly, a canvas of soft blues and whites. The clouds around you, floating in peaceful clusters. Birds soar beside you, wings outstretched, gliding so effortlessly on currents of air. All seeming so unhurried, just dancing with the sky. Feathers shimmering in sunlight. The air is pure and fresh, filling your lungs with each deep breath, bringing with it a sense of renewal and new beginnings. The cloud carrying you higher as you sink deeper into the most peaceful relaxation. And as you approach the mountains, you can notice their snow-capped peaks sparkling like a million diamonds in those mountains. You begin to have this sense of how everything is connected, all the parts of the landscape, the flora and fauna, you start to feel like time here has slowed or perhaps even slipped away entirely, leaving you suspended in this moment of pure stillness. The more you float, the deeper you relax. And the deeper you relax, the softer the cloud seems to become. The cloud moves with the air. The landscape rolling past below. And after what feels like the most peaceful eternity of drifting in the sky, seeing what this world once looked like, the cloud descends again, heading back to the chamber. And once back in the chamber, the cloud swirls around you, gradually lowering you down to the chamber floor, dispersing from you and reforming before you. leaving you with a deep sense of peace and calm. The cloud hovering before you says that the artifact, which was here in this chamber, was never really a reference to the bottle. It was a reference to them. They spoke of how, now the bottle is open, they'll be able to come and go as they please. People sought the bottle, thinking the bottle held magic, but the magic was actually the cloud. The cloud thanks you once more for freeing it. And you set off from this chamber. You make the journey back the way you came. Find your way back through that forest, back over the hills and meadows, all the way back home. And once home, you settle down in bed, pondering and thinking of the experience you've had. As you drift and float, so calmly, so peacefully relaxed, into slumberland. In the heart of a forest, untouched by time, where ancient trees stand like silent sentinels and the earth whispers secrets only the wind can carry, a new day begins to unfold. The first light of dawn stretches its delicate fingers through the dense canopy, painting the world in hues of soft gold and tender green. The air is crisp, invigorating, and filled with the scent of pine needles and rich, damp earth, as though the very breath of the forest is infused with life itself. Nestled within a den, carved from the roots of a great oak, Lupa, a young wolf pup, stirs from the depths of sleep. The den is warm, a cocoon of safety woven from the steady breaths of her siblings and the soothing rhythm of her mother's heartbeat. Lupa lies in a tangle of fur and limbs, the warmth of her family pressing against her small, soft body, grounding her in the comfort of the pack. But even as she dozes, the world beyond the den tugs at her awareness, like a distant melody carried on the wind. In her dreams she runs, her paws pound the earth, firm and sure, as the wind rushes through her fur, lifting her spirits and filling her with a wild, untamed joy. The forest spreads out before her, vast and full of wonder, each tree a towering giant, each shadow a mystery waiting to be explored. The freedom of the wild calls to her, a voice as old as the mountains, as compelling as the moon. As the dream lingers, her eyelids flutter and she wakes. Blinking in the dim light of the den, the vividness of the dream clings to her mind, like the echo of a far-off howl. She breathes in deeply, savouring the familiar scents of home, the earthy scent of the den, the sweet musk of her siblings, and the comforting aroma of her mother. But beneath it all, she detects something more, the scent of dawn, fresh and full of promise, seeping into the den, beckoning her outside. Lupa's heart quickens with anticipation. She stretches her small, lithe body, feeling the slight resistance of her muscles as they wake from their slumber. Around her, the den is filled with the soft sounds of her pack stirring, the gentle rustle of fur against the earth, the quiet snuffling as they prepare to greet the day. The light filtering into the den is soft, a promise of warmth and light beyond the confines of their shelter. Her mother, the alpha female, stirs beside her, her presence a reassuring constant. The older wolves rise first, their movements deliberate and calm, a well-practiced routine honed by years of survival in the wild. Lupa watches them, her young heart swelling with admiration and the desire to prove herself worthy of the pack. But more than anything, she feels the call of the wild, pulling her towards the unknown, towards the adventure that lies beyond the den's entrance. With a final glance at her siblings, still nestled in sleep's embrace, Lupa rises on her small paws. The earth beneath her is cool, a grounding sensation that steadies her excitement. The den, once a place of warmth and security, now feels like a threshold, a portal she's ready to cross. The world outside beckons, and with youthful energy and boundless curiosity, she steps forward, eager to greet the day. As she emerges into the open air, the world greets her like an old friend. The forest stretches out before her, every leaf and blade of grass illuminated by the soft, golden light of dawn. The birds are already awake, their songs filling the air with a chorus of life. Lupa pauses, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty of the moment. The cool breeze ruffles her fur, a gentle caress that carries the scents of pine, earth, and distant rain. The sky above is a canvas of pastel hues, promising a day full of possibilities. She breathes in deeply, filling her lungs with the fresh morning air, and feels the thrill of the wild coursing through her veins. This is her world, a place of endless wonder and adventure where every day brings new discoveries, and today she's ready to embrace it all. The pack gathers around her, their presence a comforting reminder that she's never alone. They are her family, her protectors, and her guides in this vast, untamed world. As they prepare for the day's run, Lupa feels a sense of belonging, of being part of something greater than herself. She may be young, but she is a wolf, and the call of the wild is in her blood. With a final glance at the den, now bathed in the gentle light of morning, Lupa takes her place among the pack. The world is waiting and she's ready. The forest deepens as the pack begins their run, a journey as old as time itself. The trees close in around them, their towering trunks forming a cathedral of nature, where the sun's light filters through the leaves like stained glass. The ground beneath their paws is soft and forgiving, a carpet of fallen leaves and moss that muffles their movements, allowing them to glide silently through the undergrowth. Lupa runs alongside her pack, her small body moving in harmony with the rhythm of the run. Each stride is a dance, each breath a shared song that unites the pack in their journey. The bond between them is palpable, a living thread that connects them all, from the eldest wolf to the youngest pup. In this moment, Lupa feels the power of the pack, the strength that comes from unity, and the freedom that comes from the wild. The forest responds to their presence, its ancient heart beating in time with theirs. Birds take flight as they pass, their wings a flurry of colour against the green backdrop of the trees. A deer, grazing in a clearing, lifts its head, its large, dark eyes watching the pack with cautious curiosity before it bounds away into the shadows. The wind, as if guided by the pack's movement, whispers through the trees, carrying the scents of pine, earth, and that distant rain. Lupa's senses are alive, each one attuned to the world around her. The sound of paws against the earth is a steady rhythm, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. The rustling leaves creating a symphony of sound. The scent of distant rain lingering in the air, while cool, fresh air fills her lungs, invigorating her with every breath. As she runs, Lupa becomes absorbed in the rhythm of the pack. Her thoughts, once a jumble of excitement and curiosity, now flow like a gentle stream, carrying her deeper into the heart of the forest. This is her reverie, a place where time seems to slow, and the world around her becomes a blur of green and gold. Every step brings her closer to the earth, every breath a connection to something greater, something ancient and wise. For a moment, she stumbles, her attention caught by a fluttering leaf or a glimmer of light dancing through the trees. The world around her seems to shift, the edges of her vision softening as if she's stepping into a dream. But before fear can take hold, an older wolf nudges her gently, guiding her back into the rhythm of the run. The touch is reassuring, a reminder that she's not alone, that the pack is always there to guide and protect her. Lupa recovers quickly, her youthful energy propelling her forward. The distraction fades and she once again becomes part of the pack, her thoughts flowing in harmony with their movement. The forest, once a place of mystery and wonder, now feels like home, a place where she belongs. The run continues, each step bringing them deeper into the forest, each breath drawing them closer to the wild heart of the world. Lupa loses herself in the rhythm, her thoughts drifting like leaves on a gentle breeze. The forest around her becoming a dreamscape, a place where reality and reverie merge into one. She feels the earth beneath her paws, solid and real, yet somehow ethereal, as if she's running on the very fabric of a dream. As the pack moves deeper into the forest, the light begins to change. The sun, now higher in the sky, casts longer shadows, and the colours of the forest shift from the bright greens of dawn to the richer, deeper hues of midday. The air grows warmer, and the scent of distant rain fades, replaced by the earthy aroma of sun-warmed pine and blooming flowers. Lupa's muscles stretch stretch and relax with each stride, her body moving in perfect harmony with the rest of the pack. The feeling is exhilarating, a sensation of freedom and power that fills her with joy. She's part of something greater, something wild and untamed, and the world around her is alive with possibility. As they run, the forest seems to open up before them, revealing new paths and hidden glades. The trees, once tall and imposing, now feel like old friends, their branches reaching out to guide and protect. The world is a place of beauty and wonder, a place where every shadow holds a secret, every breeze a whispered story. And in this moment, as Lupa runs, she knows that she's exactly where she's meant to be. And the sun hangs gently in the sky, casting dappled light across the clearing at the edge of the hill where they pause to rest. The warmth of the day is tempered by a soft breeze, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the faint promise of a distant summer. The clearing itself is a sanctuary of tranquility, a grassy floor invitingly soft underfoot, as if nature herself had woven a carpet of green just for moments like these. Lupa stands at the centre of the clearing, her bright eyes gleaming with a mixture of mischief and joy. The run through the forest has left her exhilarated, her young heart pounding with the thrill of it all. But now, with the pack at ease, her boundless energy seeks a new outlet. She glances at her siblings, who, like her, are feeling the irresistible pull of play. Each one, though similar in appearance, carries a unique spirit. One is quick and agile, darting about like a streak of lightning. Another is bold and daring, always the first to explore the unknown. And then there's Lupa, the curious one, always searching for the next mystery, the next adventure. With a playful bark, Lupa charges at her closest sibling, initiating a game of chase that sends the pups into a joyful frenzy. The sound of their laughter, soft yips and delighted barks fill the clearing, echoing off the surrounding trees and carrying on the breeze. It's a sound that seems to lift the spirits of the entire pack, a reminder of the innocence and joy of youth. The siblings scatter, weaving through the tall grass and darting between the trees at the clearing's edge. Lupa's legs pump with a rhythmic ease, her paws barely touching the ground as she runs. The world around her blurs into a kaleidoscope of green and gold, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in a way that makes the whole forest seem to shimmer. It's as if the very earth beneath her is alive, vibrating with the same energy that pulses through her veins. Lupa feels a thrill of pure, unbridled joy as she races after her siblings, her laughter joining theirs in the symphony of play. She dodges and weaves, her instincts guiding her as she anticipates their every move. Her fur bristles with excitement as she chases one sibling down the hill, the two of them tumbling together in a playful heap. The tickle of grass on her back as she rolls, the warmth of the sun on her fur, and the comforting sound of her sibling's breath beside her. All of it combines into a moment of pure, perfect happiness. The hill is a gentle slope, and as the pups roll down its side, the earth beneath them is soft and yielding, cushioning their playful descent. The world seems to slow down, each tumble and turn stretching out in time until it feels as though they're floating, suspended between the earth and sky. Lupa closes her eyes, letting the sensation wash over her, the gentle rustling of leaves, the feeling of weightlessness, the joy of being completely, utterly free. When they finally come to rest at the bottom of the hill, Lupa lies on her back, panting softly, her chest rising and falling in time with the rustling leaves. She opens her eyes to see the sky above, a brilliant blue canvas dotted with wisps of white clouds. The sun, still warm and bright, bathes her in its light, filling her with a deep sense of peace. Her siblings gather around her, their laughter subsiding into contented murmurs as they nuzzle one another affectionately. The bond between them is strong, a silent understanding that they're each part of something much larger than themselves. In this moment, lying in the sun-dappled grass, surrounded by those she loves, Lupa feels a profound connection not only to her family but to the land itself, the forest, the sky, the earth beneath her, all of it part of the same great, mysterious whole. As the pups settle down, their playfulness giving way to a calm that mirrors the stillness of the clearing, Lupa's mind begins to drift. Her thoughts, which moments ago were filled with the excitement of the chase, now turn inward, becoming absorbed in the quiet beauty of the world around her. The clearing with its soft grass and warm sun feels like a place out of a dream, a place where time slows down and every breath is filled with the sweetness of life. In this state of reverie, Lupa becomes aware of the subtle details that make this moment so perfect. The gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings as it dances on the breeze, the way the sunlight plays off the dew on the grass, turning it into a field of diamonds, and the soft, steady rhythm of her siblings' breathing as they begin to doze beside her. But even as she relaxes, letting the warmth of the sun seep into her fur, a part of her remains alert, curious. The joy of play has given way to a quiet wonder, a feeling that something new and exciting is just beyond her reach, waiting to be discovered. And it's this feeling that stirs her, that makes her sit up and look around the clearing, her keen eyes searching for whatever it is that's caught her attention. The world around her is still a peaceful place, but Lupa's sharp senses pick up on something. A flicker of light at the edge of the clearing, just at the bottom of the hill. It's faint, almost imperceptible, but it's enough to pique her curiosity. She glances at her siblings, who are now fully absorbed in their own rest, and then back at the source of the light. The pull of discovery is too strong to resist, and with a final, reassuring nuzzle to her siblings, she rises to her paws and trots off towards the edge of the clearing. The bottom of the hill is cool and shadowed, the sunlight unable to penetrate the thick canopy of leaves above. Here, the air is different, damp and slightly musty, with the scent of earth and stone mingling with the fresh green of the forest. Lupa's paws sink slightly into the soft earth as she approaches the source of the light, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The flicker of light comes from a dense tangle of vines and moss, which cling to the rocky base of the hill like a living curtain. The vines are thick, their leaves dark and glossy, and they move slightly in the breeze, as if they're alive. Lupa hesitates for a moment, her instincts warning her that this place is different, that it holds secrets she may not be ready to uncover. But the call of the wild, the same call that drew her from the den at dawn, now urges her forward. With a cautious step, Lupa approaches the vines. The light flickers again, just behind them, and she nudges the leaves aside with her nose, her curiosity overpowering her caution. The vines part easily, revealing a small, dark opening in the rock, a passageway that seems to lead deep into the earth. The light is faint, more of a glimmer than a glow, but it's enough to show her the way. Lupa's heart quickens as she peers into the darkness. The passage is narrow, barely wide enough for her to squeeze through, and the air that wafts from within is cool and damp, carrying with it the scent of old stone and deep hidden places. It's a scent that speaks of ancient secrets and forgotten paths, of places where the light of the sun has never reached. For a moment, Lupa hesitates. She glances back at the clearing, where the rest of the pack lies in peaceful repose, unaware of the discovery she's made. The familiar comfort of the pack calls to her, urging her to return, to stay within the safety of their presence. But the pull of the unknown, the thrill of discovery is stronger. She knows that this is a path she must walk alone. With a final, deep breath, she steps forward. The earth beneath her paws is cool and solid, grounding her as she begins to squeeze through the narrow gap in the rocks. The rough texture of the stone walls brush against her fur, and the darkness closes in around her like a thick, comforting blanket. The sounds of the outside world, of the pack, the forest, the wind, fades away, replaced by the soft, echoing drip of water somewhere deep within the passage. As she moves deeper into the cave, the light behind her fades and the dim glow ahead grows stronger, guiding her forward. The passageway twists and turns, each bend revealing another stretch of shadowy tunnel, until Lupa can no longer see the entrance. She's completely surrounded by the earth, the cool stone walls pressing close on either side, the air thick with the scent of ancient secrets. Lupa feels a strange sense of calm, a deep, peaceful sense that settles over her like a warm cloak. She finds the darkness is comforting, like the embrace of the den at night. The cool damp air soothes her, the echo of her footsteps a quiet lullaby that carries her deeper and deeper into the heart of the earth. Every step feels like a journey into another world, a place where time stands still and the concerns of the outside world are left behind. The cave is a realm of silence and shadow, where the only sound is the steady rhythm of her breathing, the only light, the faint ethereal glow that guides her forward. As she ventures further into the passage, the walls begin to widen, the ceiling rising above her until it disappears into darkness, the air growing cooler, the scent of earth and stone stronger and stronger, and the echo of distant water more pronounced. Lupa senses that there is multiple sounds and scents coming from within this cave and through this cave. She's aware of every touch of the rough stone against her fur, filling her with a sense of awe and wonder. The passageway continues to twist and turn, leading her deeper and deeper into the unknown. The darkness becomes increasingly complete as she continues to follow that distant glow, finding herself enveloped in peace and calm, feeling a quiet joy that fills her senses with purpose, knowing this is a journey of discovery and wonder while she moves deeper and deeper into this cave. And the deeper she ventures into the cave, the more the world outside seems to slip away. And while she enters a chamber, she discovers that the walls now begin to change. They seem to be etched with strange symbols and markings that glow faintly in the dim light. These symbols carved into the stone tell stories of a time long past, when the earth was young and spirits of the forest walked freely among the trees. She steps slowly as she takes in the markings, feeling a deep sense of wonder and curiosity. The symbols seem almost alive, their faint glow pulsing gently. As she rounds a corner, the passage widens slightly, revealing another small hollow chamber, bathed in soft greenish glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the walls. The light reveals shapes and textures of the space. The air is cool, the scent of damp earth surrounding her, and a fleeting occasional scent of flowers carried on a distant breeze. And Lupa's eyes are drawn to a small, delicate form lying on the floor of this cave. She discovers that it's a butterfly with crumpled wings, its once vibrant colours faded and dull. Lupa feels a deep sense of sorrow and empathy towards this tiny, fragile creature, feeling that it seems so out of place here in this cold, dark world underground. She approaches that butterfly, lowers her head, a warm breath washing over the butterfly, and a soft, comforting feeling, and the butterfly's wings flutter weakly in response. She feels this butterfly seems almost impossibly delicate, its wings like lace. And yet she feels there's a strength radiating from the butterfly, a resilience resonating deep within that butterfly that she recognizes within herself. She sees this small creature almost like a reflection of herself, something so small in a vast, overwhelming world, yet filled with determination. She feels an inexplicable connection, a bond that could transcend words and reason. She started to sense that this cave was beginning to feel more like a sanctuary, a place where time slows down and the rest of the world fades away. The markings on the walls, the soft glow of the fungi, the cool damp air, all becoming part of this moment. The stillness of the cave increasing, as if the earth itself is holding its breath. Lupa begins to drift inside her mind and begins to build up a sense of compassion, loving kindness within her heart, and begins to project out that compassion and loving kindness with each breath, with each beat of her heart. And as that loving kindness beams out from within her, pulsating out into the cave, she starts to hear the distant drip of water echoing through the cave. She starts to feel a deeper sense of calm, a sense that her breathing is beginning to match the rhythm of that dripping water. The butterfly begins to glow with a quiet light. Lupa remains focused, watching that light, holding onto that loving kindness, allowing that to pulsate through the cave. She notices the butterfly's wings beginning to mend, and the more they mend, the deeper Lupa's sense of peace and calm. The butterfly seems to be infusing with an otherworldly light. There seems to be a hum of energy vibrating through the cave, resonating through the stone and the very air they're breathing. The wings continue to smooth and mend, the veins in the wings glowing faintly with soft golden light. The butterfly transforming, growing, repairing. Lupa in awe at the magic that seems to be happening, while she holds on to that sense of loving kindness and projecting that out into the world. Colour begins to return to the butterfly's wings, and that colour increases in vibrancy of blues and purples and golds rippling across its wings. Lupa begins to feel a sense of wonder and gratitude as she sees that butterfly healing. Before the butterfly stands to its feet, flutters its wings. Before flapping those wings and hovering and flying around, beating its wings softly in front of Lupa. And its wings beating seem to carry a message of gratitude and kindness and appreciation for Lupa's help. She learns that this butterfly is a spirit of the forest, a guardian of the natural world, and because of Lupa's kindness, they give her a gift, a token of gratitude for the compassion that she showed. They hand Lupa a small shimmering stone, a smooth and round stone glowing softly with a calming light that seems to pulse gently like the heartbeat of the earth. Lupa takes that stone and can instantly feel the power of it passing through her, filling her with a deep sense of peace and calm. And through its fluttering wings, the butterfly communicates that the stone will guide her through the rest of her journey and be there for her whenever she needs it, offering her guidance and calm and connection where she can communicate with the forest and its spirits. And holding that stone, Lupa feels that calm washing over her. A calm which resonates to the core of her being, easing any fears she might have, soothing any worries she might have, and filling her with strength and wisdom. And then the butterfly flies off down the cave, and Lupa watches as it flies along that cave, illuminating the walls around it with its soft, warm glow, before disappearing out of sight. As Lupa herself now heads through the cave, finds her way back through that cave and back into the forest, back into that air of the forest which seems so much thicker than the air in the chamber. She feels a different connection to this forest, different understanding of the forest than she had when she entered this place. She feels that her senses have heightened even further, that she can hear every sound of the forest in the most comforting way, that she feels a deeper sense of beauty in the forest than she'd felt before, that she can be aware of the energy of all living things in the forest and how interconnected everything is. She explores the forest, once familiar, now seemingly different, with a different perspective, almost like it's being seen through new eyes. and yet it's the same old forest. She finds her way to a river stretching through the forest, and this river seems alive, its powerful current weaving and cutting its way through the forest like a vein of liquid. The sound of that water rushing over rocks filling the air, the rhythmic roar drowning out all other sounds, as if when near the river is the voice of the forest. She can smell the air around the river, and how different that is to the scent that she can smell in the forest. She spends some time walking along the edge of the bank of this river. Learning from the river, watching the way that twigs flow down the river, weave and bounce with the water, and find their way following the easiest path before starting her journey back to her den. And as she journeys away from the river and the roar of that river fades, so she begins to hear the distant sound of howls reaching her ears. The familiar musk of her family in the distance. And she heads towards the sound of the howls, following the scent of that musk, looking forward to seeing her family after the journey that she's been on. And she heads all the way through the forest and begins to ascend the hill, heading back to the clearing. And back in the clearing, she sees the pack, their bodies outlined against the setting evening sun. She approaches her family. They greet her with wagging tails, shining eyes. They smell the different scents on her from her journey, and she excitedly tells them of her experiences. And they nuzzle together, they play, they rest, before heading back into the den, and Lupa taking her place among her family, feeling the warmth of their fur against hers, aware of the steady rhythm of their breathing. She closes her eyes for a moment, letting the sensations wash over her. And as the moon climbs higher in the sky, the gentle silver glow bouncing its way in through the entrance of the den, she begins to feel sleep approaching. And one by one, the wolf pack drift asleep until Lupa's eyes get heavier and heavier, before finally closing with a deep sense of warmth and comfort, and an even deeper connection to the world around her. She drifts and floats peacefully, relaxed asleep, into slumberland. And in the soft, dim light of early dawn, the cocoon hangs suspended like a delicate lantern swaying ever so gently in the breeze. For days, weeks, perhaps even lifetimes, the butterfly has been cradled within its silken walls, wrapped in a warm, velvety darkness that feels both comforting and mysterious. Inside, the world is peaceful, a place where time moves, not in moments, but in slow, gentle waves that carry the butterfly deeper and deeper into the realm of dreams. Memories of the past float through the butterfly's mind like fragments of a forgotten melody. There was a time long ago when it was something different, something small, earthbound and simple. A caterpillar content to explore the world in a slow, measured way, inch by inch, leaf by leaf. But even then, there was a longing, a deep, unspoken yearning for something more, a desire to rise above, to see beyond the edges of the leaves and the limits of the earth. And so it had spun its cocoon, weaving a tiny world of solitude and silence where the alchemy of transformation could take place. Within the cocoon, the butterfly's body began to change, slowly at first, like the shifting of shadows at twilight. The once familiar form dissolved, melting into a fluid state where nothing was certain and everything was possible. There were moments of fear, of confusion, as if the butterfly were lost in a maze of its own making. But there were also moments of peace, where the darkness felt like a gentle embrace, holding the butterfly safe as it surrendered to the process of becoming. Now, as the first light of dawn filters through the delicate walls of the cocoon, the butterfly feels a stirring within, a soft, insistent urge to break free, to emerge into the world beyond. The cocoon, once a sanctuary, now feels confining, like a shell that no longer fits. With a slow, deliberate movement, the butterfly pushes against the walls, feeling them give way beneath its touch. The silken threads part easily, and a tiny crack of light appears, growing wider and brighter with each passing moment. The butterfly emerges slowly, cautiously, as if testing the air for the first time. Its wings, still crumpled and damp, cling to its sides like a second skin, shimmering with iridescent colours that shift and change in the light. The world outside is a symphony of sensations, a world of cool, dew-kissed grass that tickles its feet, of earthy scents that rise from the ground like a sigh, of birdsong that fills the air with a soft, melodious hum. As the butterfly stretches its wings, it feels the coolness of the dew against its delicate veins, a sensation that's both refreshing and strange. It flutters them experimentally, feeling the gentle resistance of the air, the way it lifts and supports, as if inviting the butterfly to take flight. But the wings are still heavy, weighed down by the last traces of the cocoon's moisture. And the butterfly knows that it must be patient, that it must wait for the sun's warmth to dry them fully. The meadow around the butterfly is bathed in the soft, golden light of dawn. The sun, still low on the horizon, casts long shadows across the grass, turning each blade into a tiny prism that refracts the light in 1,000 different hues. The air is cool and crisp, carrying the scent of wildflowers and the promise of a new day. Everything is fresh, untouched, as if the world itself is waking up for the first time. As the butterfly gazes out across the meadow, its eyes are drawn to a distant hill where an old, weathered monastery stands in quiet solitude. Perched atop the monastery's highest tower is a weather vane, its once bright metal now tarnished by time and the elements. The vane spins lazily in the morning breeze, its movements slow and rhythmic, as if it's dancing to a tune that only it can hear. There's something about the weather vane that fascinates the butterfly, something that stirs a deep sense of wonder and curiosity within. It watches as the vane turns, first one way, then another, as if it's pointing out different paths, different directions that the butterfly might take. The vane seems to hold a secret, a silent promise of journeys yet to come, and the butterfly feels a subtle connection to it, as if it is somehow linked to its own destiny. The butterfly flutters its wings again, more confidently this time, feeling the sun's warmth beginning to dry them, to strengthen them. It can sense the power building within, the energy that will soon propel it into the air, lifting it above the earth and into the vast expanse of the sky. But there's no rush, no need to hurry. The butterfly knows that everything has its time, that every moment is part of the journey, and that the journey itself is what matters. As the butterfly waits, it becomes aware of the gentle rustling of leaves in the nearby trees, the soft murmur of a stream that winds its way through the meadow, the distant call of a bird welcoming the dawn. The world is alive with sound, with movement, yet there's a deep sense of peace that pervades everything, a quiet stillness that invites the butterfly to relax, to let go, to become fully absorbed in the present moment. And finally, the butterfly feels that it's ready. With a final stretch, it opens its wings fully, feeling them catch the light, the colours shimmering like the surface of a still pond at sunset. It flutters them once, twice, and then with a gentle push, it lifts off the ground, rising slowly, gracefully into the air. The sensation is exhilarating, like stepping into a dream where the laws of gravity no longer apply, where the sky is a vast ocean and the butterfly is a tiny ship sailing into the unknown. As it ascends, The butterfly feels the wind beneath its wings, lifting it higher and higher, carrying it above the meadow, above the trees, towards the distant monastery and the spinning weather vane. The world below shrinks away, becoming a patchwork of green and gold, a quilt of fields and forests that stretch out as far as the eye can see. The butterfly feels a sense of liberation, of freedom, as if it's finally broken free of all constraints, of all the things that once held it back. And yet there's also a sense of purpose, a feeling that this journey is not just about flight, but about discovery, about finding something that lies beyond the horizon, beyond the limits of sight and sound. The butterfly feels a deep curiosity, a need to explore, to seek out the secrets that the world holds, to learn from the experiences that await. Guided by an unseen compass within, the butterfly flies on, leaving the meadow behind, its wings carrying it ever further into the vast unknown world. The butterfly flutters gently through the cool morning air, the soft hum of its wings blending with the distant melody of the waking forest. The world is a patchwork of light and shadow as the sun begins its slow ascent, casting golden beams that dance across the leaves. Each shaft of light feels like a bridge between realms, connecting the earth below with the vast sky above, and the butterfly moves through them as though passing between worlds, growing ever deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees here are ancient, their gnarled roots burrowing deep into the earth, their branches stretching high into the heavens, interlacing to form a canopy so thick that the sunlight filters through in only the faintest of whispers. The deeper the butterfly ventures, the more the light begins to fade, replaced by the gentle silvery glow of the moon, which hangs like a guardian in the sky, its light filtered through the leaves in a soft, dappled pattern. In this dreamlike world where night and day intertwine, the butterfly feels a sense of calm wash over it, a deep, soothing reverie that slows its thoughts and stills its wings. The air is cool and filled with the scent of moss and damp earth, a rich, grounding aroma that seems to draw the butterfly closer to the forest floor. There, among the shadows and the moonbeams, it spots the source of the calm, a wise owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. The owl's eyes are large and luminous, reflecting the light of the moon as though they hold the entire night sky within them. Its feathers are soft and silent, blending seamlessly with the bark of the tree, as if the owl itself is part of the forest, an ancient guardian that has watched over this place for countless ages. The butterfly feels a pull towards the owl, as if drawn by an invisible thread, and it gently flutters upwards, coming to rest on a nearby branch. The owl blinks slowly, its gaze settling on the butterfly with a quiet intensity that holds no malice, only wisdom and a deep, abiding calm. When it speaks, its voice is like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, soft and soothing, carrying with it the weight of countless seasons and the wisdom of the forest. "Welcome, little one," the owl murmurs, its words flowing like a lullaby, each syllable a gentle stroke that eases the butterfly's heart. You've come far, but your journey has only just begun. Here time moves differently. The past and the future dance together beneath the canopy, and all things are possible. The butterfly listens, feeling each word resonate deep within, as though the owl is not just speaking, but is projecting the very essence of being. The forest seems to hold its breath, as if listening along to the owl as well. You'll encounter many things, the owl says. Some will be pleasant, others will offer some challenges. But the journey isn't about reaching a destination. It's about the experiences, the lessons, the moments of stillness along the way. In patience, you'll find the answers you seek. The butterfly finds the owl's presence comforting and relaxing. To rush is to miss the beauty of the world. The owl continues. Take your time, let the world reveal itself to you in its own way, at its own pace. The butterfly feels a deep sense of peace settle over it. The forest around them seems to agree with that sense of peace. The owl tells the butterfly they're going to share a story that'll help with their journey, saying it's an old tale passed down through the forest from tree to tree, leaf to leaf. It's the story of the wind and the stone. Once, long ago, there was a great stone that sat in the middle of a vast open plain. The stone was strong and solid, unmoving in the face of the elements. The wind, light and free, would dance around the stone, urging it to move, to join in the dance of life. But the stone refused, content to remain where it was, grounded and still. The wind grew frustrated, its breezes turning into gusts, then into gales, but still the stone didn't move. The wind howled and raged, trying to push the stone from its place, but the stone remained steadfast. It was only when the wind stopped, exhausted from its efforts, that it noticed something. Over time, the wind had worn down the stone, not through force, but through persistence. The stone, once sharp and jagged, had become smooth and rounded, softened by the gentle, persistent caress of the wind. And in that moment, the wind realized that patience, not force, was the true path to change. The owl went quiet. The butterfly went quiet, absorbing the story. With a final soft hoot, the owl said goodbye to the butterfly, trusting they'd learned what they needed from the conversation. The butterfly fluttered its wings and set off. It carried with it the wisdom from the owl as it continued its journey. The butterfly drifted through the forest, still thinking about what the owl said. As areas of the forest were dark, the butterfly flew more cautiously. to navigate through the dark areas, before picking up speed while flying through areas where a bit more light could penetrate the canopy overhead. And as they continued their journey, they encountered a fox, its fur the colour of autumn leaves. The fox walked almost hypnotically, so silently through the forest floor, and the fox, in a very friendly voice, engaged in conversation with the butterfly, curious where the butterfly was going and what the butterfly was doing. The fox decided to offer some advice, saying, "Reason is the light that cuts through the shadows. It's the sharp edge that divides truth from illusion, the steady hand that guides you when all else is chaos. But reason alone isn't enough. You must also know when to be aware of your instincts, when to trust that quiet voice within that speaks not with words but with feelings, imposing a subtle current to the heart. You need to have an awareness of balance, of harmony. In all things, seek balance. Listen to your heart while letting reason guide you, and trust your own strength." And with that, the butterfly thanked the fox for their sharing of wisdom before continuing its journey through the forest. It felt it could almost hear a faint melodic tinkling sound, like the distant chime of bells carried on the wind. As the butterfly moved closer, the sound grew clearer, more distinct. Before the trees parted, revealing a hidden grove, a sanctuary bathed in a soft ethereal light, with fireflies drifting lazily through the air, their tiny bodies glowing with a warm golden light, like stars which have descended to earth to dance among the trees. The butterfly hovered at the edge of the grove, captivated by the beauty and tranquility of the scene. The sound it had heard now revealed itself. A rhythmic flow of water, a fountain nestled at the heart of the grove, its clear waters bubbling quietly while cascading over smooth stones into a crystal clear pool below. And the butterfly flew closer to that pool and flew into the shade of an old tree. And as the butterfly hovered near the tree, so it noticed that each leaf seemed to reflect a different aspect of its journey. One leaf showing the owl, another showing the fox. Leaves shimmering with images of the past, of the butterfly's time as a caterpillar crawling around on other leaves, of the butterfly's time in the cocoon, held in darkness with just thoughts for company. And there were leaves hinting at the future that could be, with patterns shifting and changing from moment to moment like glimpses of possibilities yet to unfold. The butterfly recognized this as a reflection of its own journey, a living symbol of the interconnectedness of all things, each leaf a part of a greater whole. The butterfly felt drawn to the fountain. The water was so clear and cool, the surface reflecting the tree above. It rested by the fountain for a while, listening to the gentle flow of water, the soft tinkle of the leaves, the distant ethereal music that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And the world beyond the grove began to fade, almost as if it was becoming a distant memory, while the butterfly sunk deeper and deeper into a state of pure relaxation, where time had no meaning, where only the present existed. And for a long time the butterfly simply rested in this state of deep peace and calm, soothing its wings, feeling it could stay here forever, in this state of deep tranquility. But eventually the butterfly was aware it had to move on, so with a gentle flutter of its wings, it rose from the fountain and flew back towards the edge of the grove, fireflies guiding its path, their light casting a warm, reassuring glow. And as it continued on, so the butterfly encountered a river, and following that river, which was light and slow moving, they discovered a dam, and saw this dam was being built by a beaver. And they flew nearby, watching the beaver work, watching with curiosity and admiration, a deep sense of wonder, as the beaver steadily and rhythmically carved on trees and worked at building that dam and keeping that dam in place. And after watching the beaver work and learning from the way that beaver worked, the way they put all their focus on the task at hand, to do a task which sounded overwhelming, to entirely slow down the flow of a river, one stick at a time, an overwhelming task where sticks float, and yet the beaver will place them and block the water, and yet by focusing on each small step, they achieved that bigger task. And with the learning in mind from watching that beaver, they carried on their journey. And as they carried on, day moved to night, the moon hanging low in the sky, silvery light bathing the landscape with a soft ethereal glow. And the butterfly begins to hear a roaring sound in the distance. And as they get closer to that roaring sound, so they discover it's an ocean of water pounding on the shore. They see the most beautiful sandy beach, the glistening diamonds on the surface of the water. The bubbling water slapping onto the shore. And while watching this water and smelling how this water is different to the water at the fountain or the water at the river, this water has a salty smell. They encounter a seagull, and the seagull explains that the sea is an exciting place of endless exploration. It's a vast expanse, ever changing, yet always the same. Both a mirror and a mystery, a reflection of the world above, and a gateway to the unknown world below. The seagull says they never tire of flying. They enjoy the freedom of flight. They enjoy the sea as their companion. They enjoy that there's always something new to discover, just beyond the horizon. They enjoy their journey. And the butterfly recalls back to hearing that before, about enjoying the journey. And as the butterfly flies away from the seagull, it notices a twinkling, sparkling of light in the distance along the seashore, and flies closer to that sparkling, twinkling light, and notices on the seashore shells of all shapes and sizes, some small and delicate, others larger and more intricate, and some shimmering with a pearlescent sheen that seems to be catching the moonlight. And the butterfly lands beside a shell, and the shell seems to hum with a faint melodic vibration, as if it holds within it the echoes of the ocean, the memory of the waves that once carried it. The butterfly feels a deep sense of wonder, as if it stumbled upon a treasure trove of ancient stories, each shell a chapter, a verse, a song that tells of the sea's endless journey. They press a tiny ear against the shell and are immediately enveloped by the sound of the ocean, the gentle roar of the waves, the distant call of seabirds, the soft whisper of the wind. The sound is so soothing, almost hypnotic, and the butterfly feels itself drawn deeper and deeper into the shell's embrace. Each shell seems so unique and different from the last. The butterfly moves from one to the next, each time feeling a new emotion, a new sensation. One shell hums with the energy of a storm, the crash of waves against rocks, the howl of the wind as it tears through the sky. Another shell sings of calm waters, of a gentle breeze that caresses the sea's surface, of the warmth of the sun as it sets, casting the world in a golden light. The butterfly becomes absorbed in the world of the shells, losing itself in their stories, their songs. It feels as if it's journeying through the sea itself, exploring the depths, its mysteries, its ever-changing mood. The shells speak of distant lands, of coral reefs teeming with life, of underwater caves filled with treasures hidden from the world above. They tell of ships that sail across the horizon, of voyages that span oceans, of explorers who chart new courses seeking out the unknown. As the butterfly listens, it feels a deep connection to the sea, to the world it's yet to fully discover. The shells speak of the vastness of life, of the endless possibilities that lie in every wave, every ripple, every breeze. They remind the butterfly that its journey is part of something much greater, a thread in an intricate tapestry of the world, woven together with journeys of all the creatures that have come before and all those that will follow. And among the many shells, the butterfly finds one that resonates deeply with it, a small, delicate shell, its surface smooth and cool to the touch, with a soft, warm glow that seems to pulse. The butterfly lifts the shell gently in its wings, holding it close as it listens to the song it carries within. The shell hums with a quiet, peaceful melody, a lullaby that soothes the butterfly's soul, filling it with a sense of calm and contentment. The butterfly feels as if the shell is speaking directly to it. The butterfly closes its eyes, letting the shell's melody wash over it, feeling the tension in its body melt away, replaced by a deep, relaxing calm. It feels a sense of gratitude, appreciation for the journey, for the experiences, for the lessons. As the butterfly listens to the shell's soothing melody, the wisdom of its encounters flow through its mind. Each encounter a step on its path, on its journey, on its story, beginning to feel a sense of fulfillment. And the butterfly places the shell gently back on the sand, knowing the shell's song will stay with it as a memory, a guide. As they feel ready now to begin their journey home, they rise up into the air, the sounds of the shells fading into the distance, the sea stretching out before it, vast and endless, a reminder of infinite possibilities that can lie ahead. And the butterfly flies on, the night sky now filled with stars, feeling a deep sense of contentment. And the butterfly flies back in the direction of home, over the seas, the sands, the groves, through the forest, back towards that distant hill, where the silhouette of the old monastery stands outlined against the sky. The butterfly notices that weathered weather vane, spinning slowly on top of the monastery's highest tower, feeling that sense of familiarity and warmth of home. The butterfly lands gently on the steps that lead up to the monastery's entrance, pauses for a moment, taking in the stillness, the quiet that surrounds it, feeling a sense of contentment and peace and calm and the butterfly enters the monastery. The air inside is calm and still, filled with the faint scent of incense, the soft glow of candles flickering along the walls, casting warm, dancing shadows. The butterfly feels a sense of calm wash over them, a feeling of sanctuary, a place they can rest, where they can simply be. And they pass through the monastery and then out into a peaceful courtyard. And in this courtyard, they encounter a wise person. A person that isn't just a guide, but a reflection of their own inner wisdom. The wise person smiles. You've travelled far, you've gathered much wisdom. Now it's time to rest, to reflect on your journey, and to find the peace that lies within. Your journey has led you here, to this place of rest and reflection, of deep relaxation. This is a safe, calming place, a place of peace, a sanctuary. The butterfly feels its wings grow heavier and heavier. The world around it fades as it gets sleepier and sleepier. The sounds, the sights, the sensations become softer, more distant. The wise person's presence brings a deep and comforting feeling, almost like they feel that they can sleep while being watched over by a comfortable guide. And as they drift and float, so peacefully asleep, the world outside the temple grows quieter and quieter. And the butterfly's mind learns and develops and integrates all of their learning as they grow and become something more than themselves, drifting into the most pleasant dreams, the most peaceful reverie, the deepest, most relaxing slumberland, finding themselves falling asleep, drifting and floating into that slumberland. And in a secluded corner of a peaceful dimension, tucked away from the bustle of distant lands, stands a forest so ancient and untouched that the air seems to hold the very whispers of time. The trees here stretch tall and wise, their trunks twisted with age, their canopies so dense that they weave a living tapestry of emerald green. Among the roots of a towering oak, Goldrick Froststone, a humble dwarf, has made his home. His cabin, built lovingly from the very wood of the forest, nestles in the embrace of the earth, half hidden among the ferns and moss that blanket the ground. The first light of morning filters softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the cabin's wooden walls. The air is fresh, crisp, with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the faintest hint of wildflowers. The soft creak of the wooden floorboards greets Goldrick as he rises each day, the familiar sound and comforting reminder of his rooted life. His bed, modest but warm, is draped in thick blankets that hold the faint smell of lavender, herbs he collects from the forest and weaves into his home. Outside, his vegetable garden, a patch of vibrant life in the heart of the wild, greets him. Every morning, Goldrick steps out into the cool air, his feet bare against the soft soil, feeling the earth's pulse beneath him. The dew clings to the leaves of his plants, glistening like tiny jewels in the morning light. He hums softly to himself, a quiet tune he's sung since childhood, as his hands work through the soil, tending to his vegetables and herbs with care. The trees rustle their leaves gently in the breeze, as though in conversation with the dwarf. The birds, perched high in the branches, sing their morning songs, a melody that fills the air with life. Goldrick often pauses to listen, his heart swelling with the simple joy of it. The forest feels alive as though it breathes with him, its rhythms so closely aligned with his own. A pair of squirrels dart along the branches, chasing each other playfully, their tails flicking in excitement. Goldrick smiles at their antics, feeling a part of this living, breathing world. His cabin, though modest, is filled with warmth. The smell of wood smoke drifts from the chimney, curling lazily into the sky. Inside, the hearth's fire crackles softly, casting a warm glow that dances along the walls. Shelves line the cabin, filled with trinkets and books collected over years of quiet living. Small carvings, wooden figures of forest creatures, rest on his workbench, remnants of hours spent crafting, a skill passed down through generations of his kin. The scent of wild herbs, dried and hung from the beams, fills the air, mingling with the comforting aroma of fresh bread that bakes slowly in the oven. Goldrick's life is simple, but it's one of contentment. He takes pleasure in the small things, a well-tended garden, the feel of the earth beneath his fingers, the soft glow of the fire as he works with wood. His hands are rough from years of labour, but his touch is gentle, full of care. The routine of his day is a rhythm he knows by heart, one that brings him peace. He finds joy in these moments, in the quiet stillness that surrounds him, in the knowledge that here, in this hidden forest, he's at home. As the day winds down and the sun sinks low, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Goldrick retreats indoors. His evenings are slow and peaceful. He sits by the hearth, the flames crackling softly, the warmth seeping into his bones. In one hand he holds a cup of herbal tea, the steam rising gently, filling the room with the scent of chamomile and mint. The fire's glow flickers against the stone walls, casting dancing shadows that lull him into quiet contemplation. Outside, the forest hums with life, the soft rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, the distant call of an owl as it awakens for the night. Goldrick listens, feeling the quietude settle around him like a blanket. The weight of the day slips away as the fire warms his tired body. He gazes into the flames, watching them flicker and dance, his mind drifting into a peaceful reverie. His home is not grand, but it is his sanctuary, a place of deep comfort and serenity. As sleep approaches, Goldrick climbs into his bed, the heavy blankets pulling him into their warmth. His thoughts slow, the rhythm of the forest lulling him towards sleep. In the distance, the wind sings through the trees, a lullaby, gently rocking him to sleep. Goldrick dreams peacefully of the forest, of the sway of the trees, and the earth beneath him, cradling him in its ancient embrace. And the next morning begins just like any other. The forest is still and quiet, the early light of dawn casting a soft golden hue over the treetops. Goldrick steps outside, stretching in the cool morning air, but something feels off. The birds are silent. The usual chorus of morning song that fills the air is absent, leaving a hollow quiet that settles over the trees. The air itself feels thick, as if charged with an unseen energy, like the world is holding its breath. Goldrick frowns, his brow furrowing. It's a small change, but it unsettles him. He takes a step forward, the forest floor soft beneath his feet. His feet press into the damp earth as he moves deeper into the woods, his instincts guiding him towards the unknown. The path he knows so well, where the ferns brush his hands and the sunlight filters gently through the canopy, feels unfamiliar today. There's a weight in the air, a strange stillness, as if the forest is waiting for something to happen. The deeper and deeper he walks, the more the unease grows. The trees here are older, their branches twisting into shapes that seem to reach for him. The air is cooler, and a mist clings to the ground, swirling around his ankles as he steps through it. He's been this way before, but it feels different now, heavier, as though the forest itself is shifting around him. Goldrick's hand brushes a fern, its fronds soft beneath his fingers, but there's something beneath the surface that pulls him onward. His feet carry him further into the deep woods, where shadows linger between the trees. The air grows colder still, and his breath forms small clouds in front of him. He feels the presence of something new, something just out of reach. As he pushes past a thicket, the forest suddenly opens up into a hidden clearing, bathed in dim light. At its centre stands a stone portal, half buried in the earth, its surface covered in moss and vines. It hums softly as though alive, the faint vibration reaching Goldrick through the ground. The air around it is changed and charged with energy, a low hum that seems to pulse with each breath he takes. Goldrick stands at the edge of the clearing, his heart racing, his mind filled with questions. He steps closer, drawn by the strange light that shimmers at the portal's edge, shifting and flickering like a distant memory. There's something both familiar and utterly alien about this. He reaches out, his hands trembling slightly, the pull of the portal growing stronger with every passing moment. He knows, deep down, that stepping through this portal will change everything. The safety of his cabin, the quietude of his life, it all seems so far away now, but the portal beckons, its light flickering softly as though it's waiting for him. Goldrick hesitates for a moment, the weight of the decision weighing heavily on his chest. He feels urged towards this portal. With a deep breath, he steps into the light, the world around him fading into a soft glowing blur, the forest, the cabin, his life, everything melting away as the portal's light envelops him, pulling him into a new and unknown world. And as the light of the portal fades, he finds himself standing in a world that feels utterly foreign yet strangely alive. The cool earthy scents of his home are gone, replaced by the thick humid air of a jungle that hums with a life all of its own. The air presses down on him like a heavy cloak, clinging to his skin and filling his lungs with the smell of damp earth, wet leaves, and something faintly sweet like overripe fruit. Above him, the canopy is a dense quilt of green, so tightly woven that it barely lets the sunlight through. What little light does manage to slip through creates a soft, dim glow, casting the jungle floor in shades of muted green and grey. Massive trees rise up like pillars, their bark twisted and gnarled, their roots snaking across the ground in thick, tangled webs. Goldrick's eyes widen as he takes it all in, his heart pounding with both awe and uncertainty. This is a world far removed from the quiet forest he knows. The plants around him are unlike any he's ever seen. Leaves larger than his body stretch out, their waxy surfaces gleaming and glistening faintly in the filtered light. Some are a deep, vibrant green, while others shimmer with colours that shift from violet to blue as they catch the faint rays of the sun. Flowers with petals as wide as his arm bloom in vibrant bursts of red and gold, their sweet fragrance mixing with the dampness in the air. Strange twisting vines dangle from the trees above, swaying gently as though stirred by an invisible breeze. Then there's the sounds. The jungle is alive with different sounds. The constant buzz of insects fill the air, their wings creating a steady hum that vibrates in Goldrick's ears. In the distance, the gentle sound of birds calling out from treetops. Their songs, sometimes sharp and piercing, other times highly melodic and pleasant. Every so often, there are rustles in the undergrowth, as though something unseen is moving just beyond sight. Taking a hesitant step forward, Goldrick feels the softness of moss beneath his feet, damp and spongy as though the ground itself is alive. He crouches down, runs his hands over the surface, feeling the cool moisture seeping around his fingers. It's both familiar and foreign, a connection to the earth, but not his earth. As he stands again, the weight of the jungle presses in around him. The trees towering above him, like silent guardians. Despite the overwhelming strangeness of this place, there's a beauty here. It's wild, untamed, and utterly different from the ordered peace of his quiet forest. But in its chaos, Goldrake senses something deeper, an energy that hums through the air, vibrating in the leaves, the soil, the very breath he takes. The jungle feels alive in a way that makes his heart race, not with fear but with wonder. The familiar comfort of his cabin, his garden, his fire, those things for now feel like a distant memory, washed away by the sheer magnitude of this new world. He feels like a speck in the vastness of this teeming place. The path ahead is unclear. A thick undergrowth stretches out before him. He feels that he can't stay still. He feels the portal brought him here for a reason. He feels that his feet must carry him on, and so with a deep breath, he takes another step and then another, the moss giving way to dense ferns, fronds brushing against his legs as he moves deeper and deeper into the jungle, each step cautious but determined, the mystery of this new world drawing him forward. As he walks, the sounds of the jungle become a steady rhythm in his ears, as though the path is wild and untamed. There's a strange sense of purpose in every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call. Time in this jungle seems to stretch and warp, the light above barely changing as Goldrake presses on. Hours pass, though it feels like moments, and the deeper he goes, the more the undergrowth thickens, wrapping around him like a dense green web. His legs grow tired from pushing through the tangled plants, his skin damp with the humidity. Every so often he stops to catch his breath, listening to the jungle around him, trying to make sense of the sounds and the shifting shadows. Just as weariness begins to settle into his bones, the soft murmur of water reaches his ears. His pace quickens, hope rising within him. He pushes past a thick wall of ferns, and suddenly the jungle opens up before him, revealing a wide, dark river cutting through the landscape. The water is swift and deep, its surface reflecting the dim light from above in swirling patterns of black and silver. It moves with a silent force, the current strong enough to sweep away anything that dares to enter. He steps closer, the cool air coming off the river, a welcome relief from the jungle's humidity. But as he crouches by the river's edge, watching the water swirl and churn, a wave of uncertainty washes over him. The river feels like a barrier, one that separates him from whatever lies ahead. Its width makes it impossible to cross with a simple leap, and the thought of swimming through its dark, rolling depths sends a shiver down his spine. The water moves too quickly, its hidden strength pulling at him from the shore. For the first time since stepping into this new world, he's unsure what to do. He kneels, staring into the water, his mind racing for a solution. For a long time he considers turning back, following his steps to the portal. But something stops him, an instinct, a feeling that the way forward lies not in retreat, but in pushing ahead. The river may be a barrier, but he knows there must be a way across. And then, as if in answer to his silent plea, the water begins to calm down. The rushing current slows and begins to still. Beneath the surface, faintly glowing stones begin to appear, their soft light illuminating the dark water. They shimmer like stars, revealing a hidden path that winds its way across the river. Goldrick stands, his heart steady. He steps cautiously onto the first stone. The stone holds firm. With each step, he moves carefully from one stone to the next, the cool water lapping gently against his legs. The river, once an insurmountable obstacle, now feels like part of his journey, guiding him as he moves towards the other side of this river. The glowing stones pulse softly beneath him, their light offering comfort and clarity as he makes his way across. As he reaches the far shore, he feels a sense of relief and triumph. He stands for a moment, breathing in the fresh air. Dense jungle continuing on the other side of this river. He feels like he's no longer the Goldrick who lived quietly among the trees, tending to his garden, sitting by the fire. He's now an adventurer, a traveller in a world of mystery and wonder, learning to trust the unknown. As he walks, the jungle continues to deepen around him, its shadows growing longer and the canopy thickening, the air becoming cooler again. Each step feels as though it's taking him deeper into the heart of this mysterious world. As he pushes through a patch of dense vines, he discovers a massive tree. The tree feels alive in a way that's different from the others, as though it's seen more than most, as though it holds memories older than the jungle itself. As he continues, each step that he takes feels like he's working through challenges, uncovering lessons. He finds himself reflecting on his journey, both the journey he's undertaken and the journey that's yet to come. And while he continues, he eventually exits the jungle to discover a large glowing lake in a clearing. The lake stretches out before him, its surface smooth and calm. Beneath the surface seems to be a faint ethereal glow pulsing gently. He continues walking closer and closer, his eyes wide with wonder, the air here feeling different, quieter than anywhere else he's been in the jungle. Almost as if this place exists outside of time. He kneels at the water's edge, sees his reflection staring back at him. The surface of the lake seems to be impossibly clear. As he gazes into that lake, he sees strange shapes moving just below the water, creatures unlike any he's ever seen. They're fish, but not ones he's familiar with. The scales of the fish shimmering like jewels catching the light in a way that makes them seem like they're glowing from within. Their movements slow and graceful. He watches them in silence, mesmerized by their beauty. Unable to resist, he dips his hand into the water, the coolness surprising him. As his fingers break the surface, tiny ripples spread outward, disturbing the perfect stillness. The sensation is so calming, bringing a sense of quiet peace through his body, releasing and easing tension in any muscles, and any restlessness in his mind quietening. He sits on the edge of the lake, watching the ripples as they expand and fade, listening to the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. He feels that this lake is ancient, filled with untold stories. He has this sense that this area is to be understood and learned from, that the lake holds some level of wisdom and knowing. And after gaining some insights here, he continues on pushing through the jungle until once more the jungle gives way to open sky, to a crisp, cool air, to a rocky and rugged landscape dominated by towering cliffs rising like giants from the earth, seeming to stretch impossibly high towards the sky. He stops at the base of some cliffs, looks up at those cliffs, has this sense of the wind whistling high up among those cliffs. He's aware there's no path around the cliffs, and so, taking hold and pressing his body against the stone, he begins to climb. He reaches for one ledge and then another, first with a hand, then pushing with a foot and reaching with another hand and moving another foot, carefully working his way up the cliff face, aware that he has the strength in his body to overcome the challenge and climb this cliff. As he ascends, the wind grows stronger, whipping around at his hair, pulling on his clothes. The world below him seems to shrink. The jungle seems to fade into the distance. He pays all of his attention to climbing this cliff and finds himself sinking deeper and deeper into the challenge. The higher he climbs, the more the landscape seems to change. The air grows colder, the wind grows sharper, the stones become smoother. His muscles burn with the effort, his arms and legs tremble with fatigue, but he presses on, continuing to climb, heading up towards that wide and endless blue, deepening sky, feeling a sense that he's climbing to heaven, before eventually reaching the top, climbing up over onto the top of the cliff, standing up and looking out before him at the vastness of the landscape below, the jungle, the patches of green, rolling hills and valleys, rivers winding through this earth, the sky above so endless, streaked with the occasional cloud and the setting sun. He feels a deep sense of triumph and achievement, a sense he's done something insurmountable and reached the other side. He finds that the descent isn't anywhere near as difficult as the climb, discovers that the valley below is peaceful, the ground is soft beneath his feet. He feels he's been walking for days. He slows down and breathes deeply and comfortably, savouring every moment. The sky shifts from hues of dusk, of golds and violets. He continues to travel through the valley, heading back towards his home. He's aware that he's found something within himself that he didn't know at the beginning of his journey he was even seeking. And while walking, as a scent of pine tickle his nostrils, and catches a glimmer of the world he once knew. He reaches that portal. He passes through to the other side, continuing his journey through familiar homeland. Heading all the way home as the sun dips below the horizon. Being back at the cabin that's nestled among those roots of the ancient tree. But feeling back here that there's a warmth, a sense of life that he hadn't noticed before. He wanders around his home, taking in the slightly different atmosphere, aware that he's brought this atmosphere in with him as a slightly changed person. He reaches for the kettle, pours himself a cup of tea, enjoying the way the heat seeps into his fingers as he rests his weary legs from his journey, aware of the quietness, the soft hum of the fire, the faint rustling of trees outside. And as the fire crackles, he allows himself to reflect on his journey while drinking that tea, aware it's changed him in ways he didn't expect, to become a better version of himself. Before bed, he heads outside once more, just to breathe in some of that cool and crisp air, to gaze at the stars overhead, to listen to the sounds of the night, before heading back into the cabin, the fire burning down to embers, glowing faintly, giving off the most gentle warmth, the moonlight dancing through the window, casting a soft glow across the room. As Goldrick heads to bed, closes his eyes, and drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into slumberland. In this bedtime story, the air is cool, settling the warmth of the day as twilight descends upon the kingdom. The forest, in the final breath of autumn, is hushed but alive. Golden leaves carpet the ground, soft under paw and hoof, while others still cling to branches, catching the last threads of light. The evening breeze stirs them gently, the sound like soft murmurs through the ancient trees. Overhead the sky deepens from amber into a deep indigo, as though the world is slipping ever so gently into a dream. Beneath a towering oak that stands as an ancient guardian in the centre of the forest, 4 figures gather, each from a different corner of the kingdom. Polly the hare sits with quiet grace, her long ears perked, listening to the rustling leaves as though they might whisper secrets of long forgotten times. Her fur, pale as dawn's first light, catches the last glow of the evening sky. Bramwell the badger, solid and sturdy, leans against the oak's rough trunk, his thick paws digging gently into the earth as if drawing strength from the roots that stretch far below. On a low-hanging branch perches Rowan the raven, his dark feathers gleaming in the twilight, his sharp eyes glinting with unspoken thoughts. Then there's Fern the fox, pacing lightly across the mossy ground, her fiery coat a flicker of movement in the fading light, her sharp nose twitching as she absorbs the scents of the forest. They've come from different lands, each bearing the weight of their own community's suffering. The evil king, with his insatiable thirst for wealth, has drained the towns and villages dry. Markets that once thrived now lie in ruin, the streets echoing with the heavy footfalls of mercenaries rather than the cheerful chatter of traders. Laughter, once a hallmark of village life, has long since been replaced by the fearful clank of soldiers' armour. The kingdom is suffocating under the weight of tyranny and each of these animals has witnessed their homes fall to ruin, their neighbours struggling under the cruel hand of a king who values nothing but gold. I've heard rumours, Holly begins, her voice soft but charged with quiet determination. Her bright eyes scan the faces of her companions. They say beneath the king's castle lies a vault filled with gold. The same gold he uses to pay the mercenaries, the ones who enforce his rule. The group listens in silence, the weight of her words settling over them like a soft blanket. There's a pause, heavy with unspoken thoughts as they let the enormity of her plan sink in. If we destroy the vault, Holly continues, her voice firmer now, if we collapse his wealth, his power will crumble, the mercenaries will leave, and he'll be left with nothing, no gold, no army. Bramwell shifts, his deep voice rumbling in the quiet. It sounds like a dream, Holly, but dreams, they're fragile things. A dream can be fragile, Holly agrees, her gaze steady, but it can also be powerful. On bonfire night, while the kingdom celebrates, while the fires burn bright, we can move unseen. We can use the night to strike a blow that will shake the very ground he stands on. Rowan tilts his head, his beady eyes narrowing in thought. It's risky. He croaks, his voice rasping like dry leaves caught in the wind. But the king is most vulnerable when he believes himself untouchable. He'll be too preoccupied with his own celebrations. Fern, who's been pacing with restless energy, finally stops. She looks at each of them in turn, her sharp eyes glinting with a spark of something dangerous, something hopeful. If we're going to do this, she says, her tail swishing behind her, we need to make sure it's done right. We'll only get one chance. Holly nods, feeling the resolve within the group solidify. We'll move carefully under the cover of the bonfire's glow, and when we strike, it'll be the beginning of something new. The ancient oak looms above them, its branches creaking in the cooling air as if in agreement, as though the forest itself understands the gravity of what's to come. The last golden light of twilight fades into the deeper shades of night, and with it, a sense of purpose settles over the group. The night is coming, and with it, the promise of change. The village square is alive with the warm glow of bonfires, their flames licking the sky like lazy flickering tongues. The air is thick with the rich, earthy smell of wood smoke and the sweet aroma of roasting chestnuts. It feels like a festival of fire and warmth, a night where the world slows, sinking into the soft embrace of the evening. Voices rise and fall, murmuring like a lullaby, soothing in their familiarity, wrapping the villagers in the comforting rhythm of community. Lanterns hang from the trees, casting a soft golden glow that dances gently in the breeze. They sway like tiny stars suspended in the branches. The village feels dreamlike, the kind of place where time seems to melt, where reality blurs into something softer, something more tender. The crackle of the bonfires is steady, a rhythmic background hum that seeps deeper into the cool air, carrying with it the promise of warmth and safety. Holly, bramwell, rowan and fern move through the crowd with quiet purpose. Their eyes scan the scene, noting the guards who seem to have let their vigilance slip under the warmth of the firelight. Holly feels a flutter of nervous energy rise within her. Tonight's the night when everything changes. Fern's eyes catch sight of the soldiers who've grown careless in their revelry. They're distracted, she murmurs to the group. This is our chance. Rowan nods. The king's soldiers have become complacent. They think that they're invincible. Holly's heart beats steadily. Though tension hums beneath her calm exterior, she can feel the energy of the night gathering around them, as if the very air is thick with potential. The bonfire's light flickers across their faces, casting shifting shadows that move like dreams just out of reach. The night hums with life. The kingdom stands on the edge of something new. The forest is bathed in the soft glow of the moon, its light filtering through the trees, casting dappled silver across the path. The air is crisp and cold, the first frost of winter dusting the ground like sugar. Each step is muffled by the frost-covered leaves. The earth firm beneath their paws and claws. The trees arching overhead, their bare branches weaving together. As the companions move deeper and deeper into the woods, above them the sky is a vast expanse of deep blue, sprinkled with stars twinkling, as if they know the events that are unfolding. The companions walk in silence, absorbed in their own thoughts, their hopes and fears. Holly leads the way. There's a quiet determination in her step, a steady belief that what they're about to do is not only necessary but right. Bramwell walks beside her, his broad paws crunching softly against the frost. He knows the risks, but he trusts Holly's vision. Rowan flits from branch to branch. Fern moves gracefully behind them. The sound of night can be heard with soft rustling wind through the trees, the occasional distant hoot of an owl, the gentle sound of the breeze. Eventually, after some time walking, they encounter the guardian owl, her feathers dark as midnight, with silver streaks that seem to gleam and glisten in the moonlight. Travellers, you walk a dangerous path. Holly steps forward. We know, but it's the path we must take. The king's castle is treacherous, says the owl. Beneath it lies a labyrinth of tunnels designed to ensnare anyone who enters. The king is paranoid and has many defenses. The owl pulls a single silver feather out from beneath her wing. This feather is a gift. It'll bring you clarity when you feel lost and courage when doubt creeps in. But remember, it's not the feather that holds the power. It's your belief, your dreams, that will guide you through your darkest hour. Ollie takes the feather, thanks the owl, and they continue on their journey. As they approach the edge of the forest, so they can notice the meadow beyond, and standing tall in the meadow, off in the distance, they can see the silhouette of the castle rising against the dark sky. Its spires seeming to almost pierce the heavens like jagged teeth. The stone walls cold and grey, looming ominously. Off in the distance behind them, and glows from other villages, are evidence of the bonfires burning, flickering in the distance. As they draw closer, so the wind picks up, not only carrying the scent of smoke from all the bonfires from surrounding towns and villages, but a faint tinge of metallic scent like cold iron. With this scent, Ollie shivers. Bramwell breaks the silence. We're walking into the lion's den. Ollie glances at him. Keep calm. We've come too far to turn back now. We need to do this for the better of all these people, of all these villages and towns. They got closer and closer to the castle, its towers looming larger and larger. Rowan swoops down from above as they reach the outer wall. He tells the others that the side gate is currently unguarded, with Rowan leading the way. They dash around that side gate and slip through the gate, their bodies pressed firmly against the cold stone as they move silently through the shadows. The air inside the castle grounds is thick and heavy, the silence almost suffocating. The scent of damp stone and iron fills the air. The group move quietly, heading deeper and deeper into the heart of the king's fortress. Acting like mere shadows in the night, slipping unnoticed through the darkened corridors. Heading closer and closer to the gold-filled vault. And deep beneath the castle, the labyrinth of tunnels seems to stretch endlessly. The walls here slick, with moss and damp, the stone gleaming faintly in the dim light of Holly's lantern, their footsteps echoing softly through the passageways. Every noise, every scrape, every rustle, feeling slightly magnified by the walls around them. Fern scans the shadows as they move deeper and deeper, her senses on high alert. Bramwell brings up the rear. They continue on through this labyrinth of tunnels, and as they continue, the air grows colder. Holly holds the lantern tighter. Suddenly, Fern halts, her nose twitching. She lifts her head. They've arrived, and the tunnel opens into a large chamber. And before them, at the centre of this cavernous space, is the king's hoard, piles of gold, jewels and artifacts. The vault is enormous, the high stone ceiling arching above them, like the ribcage of some ancient beast. The gold glimmers softly in the dim light, casting a warm glow that makes the space feel strangely alive. Holly steps forward, her heart pounding in her chest as she pulls a device from her satchel. It's small, delicate, no larger than her paw, its gears and cogs humming softly with power. She kneels beside a pile of gold, setting the device carefully on the shimmering coins. Holly adjusts the tiny levers and dials with precise movements. The device begins to hum louder. The vibrations from the device begin to sink into the room, merging with the tension that's filling the air. Just as Holly is about to activate this device, a metallic clang echoes down the tunnel, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. The guards are coming. Rowan's feathers bristle. They're close. Holly freezes for a moment. The device is almost ready, but they need to act quickly. She glances at Fern. Bramwell's jaw tightens. "We don't have much time," Holly whispers. She turns the final dial. The device clicks softly. The hum grows louder before settling into a steady rhythm. It's ready. The sound of the footsteps grows louder. The metallic clang of armour rings through the tunnels. "We need to move now," Holly says. Fern is already ahead, darting towards the side tunnel that branches off from the vault. "This way," she calls. The others follow quickly, their steps light and silent as they disappear into the shadows, leaving the vault behind. As they slip deeper and deeper into the labyrinth, the device hums quietly in the vault, its presence barely noticeable among the piles of gold. Soon, its power will be unleashed, and the king's wealth will be no more. The group races through the tunnels, the sounds of the guards fading behind them. The tunnels twist and turn in endless directions. Each step reverberates through the passageway, the sharp clank of the guards' boots, occasionally echoing closer, and then fading into the distance as they gain ground. Without thinking, as the guards get closer, Holly pulls the enchanted feather from her satchel. The feather glows faintly in the dim light. With a quick flick of her paw, she waves it through the air. The feather shimmers, and a thick mist begins to rise from the ground, curling around them like a protective veil. The mist is soft and thick, enveloping them in its cool embrace. The shouts of the guards fades to the most distant muffled echoes, seeming almost distorted, as though the group had passed into another world, a place where sound and time move more slowly. "Keep moving," Holly urges. The group slips through the mist, their steps light and quiet, their bodies hidden from sight. The tunnels twist once more, and then suddenly they burst out of the tunnels into the cool night air. And then, from deep within the earth, a soft, muted rumble, a sound felt more than heard, as the vault collapses and the king's hoard is buried in the depths of the castle. Back in the village, the bonfire blazes high, its flames licking the sky. The air is thick with warmth, the fire's heat radiating outward, wrapping the villagers in its comforting embrace. Sparks float up lazily, carried by the soft breeze. Holly and her companions stand at the edge of the firelight, watching as the villagers laugh and dance, unaware of the events that have just transpired. There's lightness in the air, a sense of freedom that none of them quite understands yet. The king's power has crumbled, and with it, the heavy weight that pressed down on the kingdom. The warmth of the fire seeps gently into Holly's bones, so soft and so soothing, her body feeling heavy with exhaustion, but a good kind of tired, a tiredness that comes from knowing they've done something important, something that'll change the land. Bramwell, Fern, and Rowan all enjoy the experience and feel a deep sense of peace and calm. They don't need to say anything to each other. The moment just speaks for itself. They've done what they set out to do, and now the kingdom will change. The villagers will wake up to a new dawn, one where the king has no power. The next day, the king's court is silent. Once the heart of power and wealth, the grand hall now stands empty, its stone floors cold and bare. King sits slumped on the throne, his form hunched and weary. His richly embroidered robes hang heavily from his shoulders. His crown sits lopsided on his head. His mercenaries have deserted him, their loyalty bought with riches that no longer exist. The vault, the heart of his empire, is gone, buried beneath the castle, destroyed by the very animals who now stand in judgment before him. Holly stands at the front of the crowd, her heart light despite the gravity of this moment. Bramwell watches quietly, Rowan perching on a nearby railing. Fern, gazing at what's going on. The animals of the kingdom unite and take action. Each community votes to send 2 representatives who form a new parliament. They stand in a circle around the king's throne, their voices low as they decide his fate. The decision is made without any cruelty or malice, that the king will be exiled. With no power, he'll be reduced to nothing more than a distant memory. He can live out his days far from the kingdom. The forest clearing is bathed in the soft light of a new dawn, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the trees. Holly, Bramwell, Rowan and Fern gather beneath the oak, just as they did at the start of their journey. The kingdom, which was once oppressed, is now united. A new era has begun, one built on cooperation, compassion and hope. And they stand there, watching the morning sun, feeling a deep, peaceful, pleasant feeling wash over them, of deep relaxation and harmony, and love for their land, and curiosity about the future. They expect the kingdom to thrive, the people to prosper, and the land to know peace. The world around them now feels so light and bright, and they head off in their own directions. And Holly heads home to bed as the day draws to an end, and feeling a sense of achievement, and feeling like she's falling asleep to wake to a new day, to a new world, to a brighter future. She sleeps better than she slept for many years as she drifts and floats, so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep into slumberland. And on a crisp autumn evening, the air is clear and still, as though the world is taking a deep, quiet breath. Finn, a young fox with fur the colour of burnt umber, sits by his window, gazing out at the sleepy landscape beyond. The trees are shedding their leaves, and the sky is painted with hues of deep violet and indigo, as if dusk itself is curling up to rest. The candle-lit lantern sways ever so slightly on his windowsill, casting a soft, gentle, flickering glow that dances along the wooden floor. As Finn watches the last golden rays of sun disappear behind the hills, a faint stirring in the air draws his attention. The breeze is gentle, like a sigh carried on the wind, and it brings with it the scent of damp earth and distant bonfires. There's a peculiar stillness in the night, something almost expectant, as though the world is waiting for something to happen. His ears perk up, curiosity stirring inside him, like a leaf caught in a breeze. Outside his window, beneath the lantern's warm glow, something flutters. At first, it seems like a stray leaf caught in the gentle current of air, but then Finn notices it. A slip of parchment, delicate and worn, its edges curling slightly as if it has travelled through time itself. He opens the window, letting the cool night air brush against his fur, and reaches for the paper. It feels weightless in his paw, as though it might drift away at any moment. The parchment is old, perhaps even ancient, and the ink upon it shimmers faintly in the lantern's light, as if the words themselves are alive. Finn squints at the flowing script, reading aloud to himself, the words curling around him like a soft, comforting blanket. You're invited to the candle-lit library, open only on All Hallows Eve. Come at midnight and discover the stories lost to time. The invitation is mysterious, its meaning cloaked in shadow. Yet, as Finn reads it, a strange feeling settles over him, a sense that this moment, this night, was meant for him. The cool air drifts past him again, gently ruffling his fur, and the distant rustle of leaves echoes softly through the stillness. It's as though the world itself is beckoning him, urging him to follow this strange path. Finn's heart flutters with excitement and curiosity. He's always loved stories, the way they weave worlds out of nothing and carry him far away from the familiar. But there's something more here, something deeper, pulling him in like the gentle tide of a quiet sea. The candle flickers once, twice, casting long shadows across the room, before settling into a steady glow. Finn feels a subtle shift in the air, as if the night itself is preparing for something wondrous, something secret. He knows, without needing to question it, that he must go. The library, wherever it may be, is waiting for him, its doors open only for those who choose to listen. With a soft exhale, Finn tucks the invitation into his coat and steps outside. The night is calm, the ground beneath his paws cool and damp. The lantern sways gently in the breeze, casting its warm light into the darkness as Finn sets off towards the unknown. The moon hangs low in the sky, a silver crescent casting long, sleepy shadows across the path ahead. Finn's paws move soundlessly over the earth, with footsteps merging with the silence of the night, quiet and unhurried. The cool air caresses his fur, wrapping around him like a soft, silken cloak as he walks deeper and deeper into the woods. The path winds lazily through the trees, their branches stretching overhead as though the forest itself is pulling him in. The leaves, still clinging to the last of their autumn colours, rustle gently in the breeze, a soothing sound that blends with the rhythmic pulse of Finn's steps. It feels as though the world is slowing down, each movement becoming softer, more deliberate, like a lullaby floating through the night. The ground beneath him is soft and damp with the memory of recent rain, and the earthy scent of moss and wood fills the air. And every now and then a leaf flutters down, spinning lazily in the moonlight, before landing soundlessly on the ground. Finn's senses feel heightened yet relaxed, attuned to the quiet harmony of the night. He breathes in deeply, the crispness of the air filling his lungs, and with each step he feels himself sinking deeper and deeper into the calm, steady rhythm of the forest. The trees, tall and ancient, sway so gently in the night breeze, their branches creaking softly, as if they're sharing their secrets with the stars. As Finn walks, he can almost hear their murmurs, their quiet voices blending with the wind, speaking of times long past and mysteries held deep within their bark. It's a comforting sound lulling him further into the stillness of the night. The moon's light bathes everything in a soft silver glow, making the path ahead seem almost otherworldly. It stretches out before him, winding deeper and deeper into the forest, as though leading him towards something just beyond the reach of his imagination. Finn follows it without hesitation, his heart steady, his mind calm, as though the path is guiding him, not the other way round. Every so often, the air shifts, carrying with it the faint scent of distant fires, of wood smoke and pine, mingling with the rich, damp smell of the earth. It's a scent that makes Finn feel grounded, connected to the world around him. Yet it also stirs something deep within him, a quiet anticipation, a sense of being on the edge of discovery. As he moves deeper, and deeper into the woods. The trees seem to part like the pages of a book, revealing more of the story with each step. The path winds onwards, inviting him to relax further into its rhythm, to let go of any lingering thoughts or worries. Finn breathes deeply, allowing the tranquility of the night to settle over him like a soft, warm blanket. His pace slows, his mind quiets, and with every step he feels himself sinking deeper and deeper into a peaceful reverie, as though the forest itself is guiding him to a place where dreams and stories blend together. And as he continues to venture deeper into the woods, he eventually discovers the candle-lit library, bathed in the gentle glow of hundreds of flickering candles that line its towering walls. Its structure is ancient, made of stone that seems to shimmer softly under the moonlight, as though it holds memories of countless stories within its very foundation. The building rises tall, its roof disappearing into the mist that clings to the highest branches of the surrounding trees. Vines crawl up its sides, thick and tangled, their leaves rustling softly in the night breeze. The warm light from the candles casts a golden hue over everything, making the shadows long and soft, stretching out lazily along the ground, as though even they are resting. Finn pauses at the entrance, his heart fluttering with a quiet excitement. There's something about the library that feels both inviting and mysterious, as though it's waiting for him to step inside and uncover its secrets. The air smells of aged wood and forgotten parchment, an aroma filling Finn's senses with calm and curiosity. He steps forward, and as he pushes the heavy wooden door open, it groans softly, as though waking from a long slumber. The warm light from the candles spills out, enveloping him in its comforting glow, and for a moment he feels as if he's stepping into a different world altogether. A world where time moves slower, where the air itself hums with the quiet presence of stories waiting to be told. Inside, the library is vast, far larger than it had appeared from the outside. Shelves upon shelves of books spiral upward, vanishing into the dim light above. The ceiling, high and arched, is adorned with soft, glowing lanterns, swaying gently, casting a rhythmic pattern of light and shadow over the room. The floorboards beneath Finn's paws creak softly. The sounds of pages being turned, echoing from the shelves. And everywhere there's a sense of calm, The air is filled with dust and history, a scent that speaks of books long forgotten, their pages yellowed with time. Finn has a feeling of drifting deeply and comfortably into the most pleasant reverie, as if the library is lulling him into a quiet dream. Each step he takes is met with the softest muffled thud of his paws on the carpet lining the centre of the floor, guiding him deeper and deeper into the heart of the library. And the books here are old. Many of their spines are cracked and faded, but there's something alive about them, as though they're breathing, waiting for someone to come and awaken the stories within. Finn can feel it, the weight of untold tales resting gently in the air, as if the library itself is alive, not in words but in soft creaks of wood, in the gentle flicker of candlelight, inviting him to lose himself in the vast sea of stories that stretch endlessly before him. There's a warmth here, a quiet comfort that fills Finn with a sense of belonging, as though this place has been waiting for him patiently for years. He moves deeper and deeper into the library, his steps slow and deliberate. And as he walks, he can feel the stories, their presence all around him. The stillness is so complete that it almost feels as if the world outside has disappeared entirely. The flicker of candles, creating a rhythmic dance of light and shadows. And then he notices from somewhere between the towering shelves, a sound breaks the quiet, a soft melodic hum, rising and falling gently, like a breeze playing through the leaves of a distant forest. The sound is faint at first, barely more than a suggestion of music. But as he walks, so the sound grows stronger. He follows the sound until he reaches a corner of the library where the light is dimmer, more intimate, and the shelves are packed even more tightly with books, their spines worn and frayed from centuries of use. And standing in the soft glow of a single lantern is a figure, an owl, her feathers the colour of silver moonlight, perched on a low wooden table, her eyes closed as she hums softly to herself, her wings folded neatly at her sides, their tips glinting faintly in the candlelight, her body seeming to glow with a soft ethereal light. And Finn watches her in silence for a moment, captivated by the gentle rhythmic quality of her hum, the way it fills the air with a sense of calm that makes him want to sit down and listen forever. There's something ancient about her, something wise and timeless, as though she has seen countless stories come and go, and carries them all within her. Without opening her eyes, the owl speaks, her voice soft and soothing like a lullaby. "I've been waiting for you, Finn." Her words surprise him, but they also feel right, as though this meeting was always meant to happen. "You know my name?" Finn asks, stepping closer, his voice quiet in the stillness of the library. The owl slowly opens her eyes. They glow with a soft, golden light, reflecting the flickering flames of the candles around them. Of course, this is the candle-lit library, and I'm its guardian, Evelyn. There is kindness in her gaze, a warmth that makes Finn feel instantly at ease. He steps closer, his curiosity growing. The library. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. It feels alive. Evelyn smiles gently, her feathers ruffling slightly. It is alive in its own way. Every story here holds a piece of life, a fragment of a world once imagined. And this library, it's been waiting for someone to complete a story that was left unfinished long ago. Finn's heart skips a beat. An unfinished story. Evelyn nods slowly, her gaze never leaving his. Yes, a story that was never completed and without an ending. The balance of the library has been disturbed. The story is trapped, suspended in time, waiting for someone like you to bring it to its conclusion. Finn feels a deep sense of purpose stirring within him, a quiet but powerful urge to help. How do I finish it? The owl's eyes soften, her voice becoming quieter, almost a murmur. You'll find the way. The library will guide you, as will I. But for now, rest. Let the stories around you calm your heart. The journey ahead requires both patience and courage. Finn feels a warmth spread through his chest. He looks around the library once more, at the endless shelves of books waiting to be discovered. The air thick with possibility, with stories untold, and yet at the same time it feels like the safest, most restful place in the world. The shelves around them seem to stretch endlessly, a forest of towering bookcases filled with volumes untouched for centuries. The faint scent of old parchment and leather fills Finn's nose. As they walk, the soft glow of the candles create long, fluid shadows dancing along the floor, seeming to match the rhythm of Finn's own steps. Evelyn moves gracefully beside him, Her presence is calm and steady. How did the story get lost? Finn asks. The story was never completed because its author disappeared before it could be finished. It's a story like no other, woven with magic and dreams, and without its ending the balance of the library is unsettled. Stories need to be told. They need their endings, or they become restless, wandering like dreams that never wake. Am I supposed to finish it? He asks. Evelyn turns her gaze back to him. Yes, but you won't be alone. They continue walking along the edge of the shelves. At the centre of the library, where the shelves part and the ceiling seems to stretch impossibly high, Finn sees a grand spiralling staircase. It winds upwards, its steps carved from dark polished wood, each one reflecting the soft glow of the candles. The staircase seems to go on forever, disappearing into the shadows above. Evelyn and Finn begin to ascend the staircase. As they ascend, the air grows softer, warmer. The candlelight becomes more diffuse, seeming to almost blur the edges of the room, until it feels like they're no longer in the library at all, but somewhere between worlds, in a place where the boundary between dreams and reality has softened. The stairs beneath Finn's paws feel less solid, almost as though they're made of clouds. He feels himself sinking deeper and deeper to the gentle rhythm of the ascent. At the top of the staircase, they find a door, carved from a pale, shimmering wood, glowing with its own inner light. Evelyn and Finn step through this door. Evelyn explains that this is the portal of dreams. Beyond this door, the boundaries between stories and dreams blur. It's a place where endings are found, where lost pages return. As they step through that door, the world shifts around them. Finn notices that his steps feel more like walking on silk than soil. Before him he sees a vast forest of ancient trees with twisted trunks rising high into a misty air. Each tree is a guardian of untold stories. Silver mist seems to cling to the roots of the trees, weaving its way between the trees. The leaves overhead glowing faintly, their light pulsing gently, as if they're breathing. As Finn watches those leaves, he notices one of the glowing leaves detach from a tree and flutter so gracefully to the ground, carried by an almost unseen breeze. As it lands, it shimmers faintly, and Finn notices the ghostly outline of words on the leaf. The forest seems to murmur with a quiet energy. Finn finds his ears catch snippets of stories, fragments of memories, half-finished thoughts, all carried on the mist like echoes of something once known. Each step he takes sinks him deeper and deeper into the experience. He finds his body relaxing more, his muscles unwinding, absorbed in the dreamlike atmosphere. And as they move deeper and deeper into the forest, the branches intertwining overhead, Finn's eyes are drawn to the leaves again, watching as another leaf drifts lazily to the ground. He picks it up, and as he does, the leaf dissolves into a fine, shimmering dust. And for a brief moment, he sees the shape of a story, a young traveller lost in the woods, searching for a way home. But before Finn can grasp the full meaning, the dust vanishes, and the story slips away, leaving only a lingering memory. Evelyn speaks softly. These are the tales that were forgotten, stories that were left behind, their endings never written. They wander here, in the forest of forgotten tales, waiting for someone to bring them back to life. After what feels like hours, Finn and Evelyn arrive at the edge of the forest, where the trees give way to a wide, slow-moving river. The water seems so still that it mirrors the sky above, the moon and stars shimmering on its surface. The river stretches out before them, silent and calm. The air is different by the river, carrying a gentle cool breeze, tickling through Finn's fur. The ground beneath his paws is now cool and damp with the moisture of the river. He feels a sense of deep calm wash over him, as though the river itself was inviting him to rest, to let go of all worries and drift into its gentle current. This is the river of reverie, Evelyn says. It holds the flow of stories that never end, a continuous current of thoughts and dreams that drift without conclusion. You must cross the river, but do so with an open heart, allowing your thoughts to drift freely like the water. Finn gazes at the river, its surface reflecting the sky. He feels a gentle pull of the water, not a physical force, but a quiet invitation asking him to let go, relax, and trust the flow of the river. At the riverbank, he notices a small wooden boat. He steps into the boat, his movements slow and deliberate, as he pushes off from the shore. And the boat moves slowly, almost imperceptibly. The river is so still. The boat rocks so gently, lulling him deeper and deeper into relaxation. He finds his mind quietening, his body sinking into relaxation, into the boat's soft embrace. His thoughts becoming light and airy like clouds drifting by. The edges of his consciousness blurring with the world around him. And that boat continues to drift gently to the far shore. And on the far side, he continues to search, and he finds a hidden alcove tucked away between ancient towering trees, covered in vines thick with ivy and delicate flowers. A golden glow seems to spill from in this location, casting soft patterns of light across the ground. The space seems so intimate, lit with a soft golden glow. And in the centre of this space is a smooth, weathered stone pedestal with a single book, its cover worn with age. The book seems to hum with a faint, ancient power, as if it's been waiting here for centuries. With each step he takes towards that book, he feels increasingly peaceful and calm. And the second he touches the book, he feels an instant connection, a gentle warmth spreading through him, as though the book recognizes him and welcomes him. He carefully opens the book, begins to turn the pages, and while he turns the pages, he can feel the lost words. He can feel the lost story. He closes his eyes, breathes deeply, and lets his mind relax. He allows his thoughts to drift like leaves on a stream, and as he does, the story under his fingertips begins to take shape. Words start to flow from him, not from his mind, but from somewhere deeper, as though he's drawing them through that river and onto the pages here, where he's bringing them back to life. and the pages begin to fill with the missing writing. Finn's paws move gently across those pages, but the story itself is guiding his paws and writing itself under his paws. He doesn't rush, takes his time. He lets each word, each sentence, fall into place, like the pieces of a puzzle finding their home, until the story is complete and the last page is filled, and he feels a deep sense of peace settle over him, and closes the book and heads out of this alcove, meets back up with Evelyn, and heads back to the candle-lit library. And on his journey back to the library, he feels lighter, as if a great weight has been lifted from him. He feels a deeper sense of inner peace and calm, of understanding of the world around him, of the stories people tell and live by, and the point in their stories that different people are at as they continue their own journeys. And back in the library, Evelyn confirms that Finn has completed his task, that completing the story has restored balance to the library. The lost voices have found their way home. There is no longer a ghost hanging over the library. The stories are now complete. The library now has its voice back. Evelyn thanks Finn for his help before beginning to shimmer until she's more light than owl. "I'll leave you now," she says. "The library is at peace." She fades into the warm candlelight, her presence drifting away like a soft dream. Finn leaves the library, can see how clear the sky looks, the stars twinkling so softly, the moon casting its silver light over the world, the forest quiet and calm, as if everything has settled down into a deep and restful sleep. He finds his way back home, settles down at home before going to bed, where he drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into slumberland. And in the heart of a quaint, weathered cottage, nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, lies a room where time seems to stretch and yawn with every passing hour. This room is a haven of softness and warmth, a place where the world outside slips away, leaving only the comforting embrace of tranquility. The walls here are adorned with faded floral wallpaper which exudes a quiet charm, their colours softened by years of gentle sunlight. Every corner of the room speaks of comfort, from the plump, overstuffed cushions that spill across the floor like contented cats, to the well-worn blankets that drape lazily over the arm of an old rocking chair, inviting anyone to settle in and rest. And in the centre of this room, bathed in the golden glow of the late afternoon sun, lies Whiskers, the large, fluffy cat, his fur a luxurious mix of cream and caramel, each strand catching the light and gleaming as if woven from spun silk. Whiskers is a master of relaxation, a creature who has perfected the art of doing nothing with grace and elegance. He sprawled across his favourite cushion, a plush, deep blue pillow that has moulded itself perfectly to the contours of his body over the years. The cushion sits by the window, where the sunlight pours in like warm honey, pooling around Whiskers and creating a cocoon of warmth that he sinks into with a contented sigh. The room is filled with the scent of fresh lavender, a calming fragrance that drifts in through the open window, mingling with the faint, earthy aroma of the garden outside. The gentle breeze carries with it the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hum of bees busy with their late afternoon tasks. But these sounds barely register with Whiskers, who's far more interested in the warm, drowsy feeling that spreads through his body, making his eyelids grow heavier and heavier. Whiskers stretches lazily, his limbs extending in a slow, languid motion that speaks of utter contentment. His back arches gracefully, and his claws, sharp and white, peek out from their velvety sheaths as he flexes them against the cushion. With a low, rumbling purr, he rolls onto his side, his fur rippling like a field of golden wheat in the gentle breeze. The sun's rays dance across his body, highlighting the subtle variations in colour, from the deep caramel of his back to the creamy white of his belly. He closes his eyes, the world around him blurring into a haze of warmth and light. As he settles deeper into the cushion, the room seems to respond in kind, growing quieter, more peaceful. The ticking of the old clock on the mantel slows to a soothing rhythm, like the steady beat of a heart at rest. The sunlight, warm and soft, seems to sink into Whiskers' fur, melting away any last remnants of wakefulness. His breathing becomes slow and steady, Each exhale, a sigh of contentment, the soft sounds of the room, the whisper of the breeze, the creak of the floorboards, the distant chirp of a bird outside, all blend together into a lullaby that lulls Whiskers into a state of deep, restful relaxation. The world outside the window begins to blur as Whisker's mind drifts further and further into a dreamlike state. The sun, now low in the sky, casts long golden beams across the wooden floor, creating patterns that dance and sway like leaves floating on a gentle stream. These patterns seem to draw Whiskers deeper into his cushion, as if the very light is encouraging him to sink down into the soft embrace of sleep. His body grows heavier, his eyelids droop lower, and the world around him fades into a peaceful golden haze. The lines between waking and dreaming begin to blur, and Whiskers is on the edge of slipping into a world where time stands still, and all that exists is the warmth of the sun, the softness of the cushion, and the soothing rhythm of his own breathing. It's a moment of perfect peace, a pause in the flow of time, when nothing matters but the simple pleasure of being warm, safe, and utterly, blissfully relaxed. Yet, just as he's about to drift off into the welcoming arms of sleep, a new sound reaches his ears, something soft and fluttering, like the whisper of wings or the rustle of a delicate leaf. It's a sound that doesn't belong to the usual symphony of the room, a sound that tugs gently at the edge of Whisker's awareness, pulling him back from the brink of sleep and into a state of curious alertness. The room has changed, as rooms often do in the liminal moments between day and night. The sun, once a golden presence, has dipped lower, its light shifting from a warm gold to a soft dusky pink that fills the room with a gentle otherworldly glow. The long shadows on the floor stretch and dance, moving with the quiet grace of a fading day. The air has cooled, and the scent of lavender is now mingled with the crisp, clean fragrance of the evening. Whiskers stirs, one ear twitching towards the sound that's disrupted his peaceful reverie. His eyelids, so heavy just moments before, lift slowly, revealing eyes of the deepest amber, still glazed with the remnants of sleep. For a moment, he remains still, as if deciding whether this new sound is worth his attention or if he should simply sink back into the cushion and let it pass. But the sound comes again, soft, yet insistent, a fluttering that seems to hover just beyond the edge of his understanding. He turns his head slowly, his gaze drifting towards the window, where the last rays of the setting sun cast a rosy glow over the garden outside. The room around him is a haven of comfort, but something about the world beyond the window now holds a strange allure, a pull that Whiskers hasn't felt in a long time. His usual laziness, so deeply ingrained in his nature, begins to wane, replaced by a flicker of something else, curiosity. Outside the window, something shimmers, a small mysterious light hovering just above the ground like a firefly caught in the twilight. It moves gently, as if beckoning, its soft glow flickering in the growing dusk. The light is unlike anything Whiskers has seen before, not just in its appearance, but in the way it seems to call out to him, to tug at a part of him that has long been dormant. It's a light that stirs something deep within his heart, a whisper of adventure, a promise of something more than the warm, comfortable world he knows. Whiskers blinks, his eyes focusing on the light as it dances before the glass. His curiosity, once a small ember, begins to grow, fanned by the gentle breeze that now drifts in through the open window. The cool air brushes against his fur, sending a small shiver down his spine, a sensation that's both invigorating and oddly soothing. The laziness that once held him captive is now giving way to a sense of wonder, a desire to explore, to understand the source of this strange, captivating light. With a soft grunt, Whiskers rises from his cushion, his movements slow and deliberate, as if he's testing the strength of his curiosity against the pull of his usual inertia. His paws touch the wooden floor, the cool surface a stark contrast to the warmth of the cushion. And he stretches once more, his back arching gracefully as he prepares to investigate this new, intriguing presence. He pads towards the window, each step quiet and measured, his body low and sleek, moving with the fluid grace of a cat who's not yet fully awakened, but is drawn irresistibly towards the unknown. The light outside flickers again, brighter now, as if it knows that it's captured Whiskers' attention and is urging him closer. It hovers and dips, like a playful sprite leading him to the window where he pauses, his nose just inches from the glass. Through the window, the garden is a world transformed by the soft light of dusk. The familiar shapes of bushes and flowers are now cast in shadow, their edges blurred and softened, creating a landscape that feels both familiar and strange. The light, this small, shimmering beacon, floats just beyond the window, its glow steady and inviting, casting a gentle illumination over the garden's darkening expanse. Whiskers feels the pull of the light stronger now, a tug that resonates deep within him, stirring a sense of curiosity that he can no longer ignore. He hesitates for just a moment, torn between the comfort of his cushion and the allure of the unknown. But the light is insistent, its glow beckoning him to step out of his familiar world and into the twilight, where mysteries await and dreams are made. With quiet resolve, Whiskers decides to follow the light. He nudges the window open, the cool evening air rushing in to greet him, carrying with it the scents of the garden and the promise of an adventure. The light flickers one last time, as if in approval, and begins to drift away, leading Whiskers out of the room and into the night. And Whiskers gives one final glance back at his cosy cushion before stepping through the window, leaving behind the warmth and comfort for the cool, mysterious embrace of the evening. And as the night unfolds, like a velvet curtain as Whiskers steps into the garden, the air is cool and crisp, a refreshing contrast to the lingering warmth of the day. It wraps around him like a soft, comforting blanket, his fur bristling slightly in response to the night's chill, each hair standing on end as if to catch the faint whispers of the breeze that dance through the leaves above. The garden, so familiar in daylight, seems to have transformed into a place of mystery and enchantment. Shadows stretching long and dark across the ground, their shapes shifting and swaying with the movement of the wind. What were once simple bushes and flower beds now seem like hidden alcoves and secret corners, each one holding the potential for discovery. The night-blooming flowers have opened their petals to the moon, releasing the most beautifully intoxicating fragrance that fills the air. A scent that evokes secrets and dreams of places and stories yet to be uncovered. And above Whiskers, the sky is a deep indigo canvas, dotted with the first stars of the evening, twinkling gently like tiny pinpricks of light in a vast expanse of darkness, watching so timelessly over the world below. The moon, a slender crescent, hangs low on the horizon, its silver light casting a soft ethereal glow over the garden, the light mingling with the mysterious shimmer that Whiskers has been following, creating a pathway of silvery luminescence, beckoning him forward and deeper into the night. His paws move so soundlessly over the cool earth, each step measured and deliberate, almost as if he doesn't want to disturb the quiet magic of the night. The ground beneath him is soft, cushioned by a layer of fallen leaves that give the faintest crunch under his weight. The garden feels alive in a way that it doesn't during the day, with every rustle of leaves, with the gentle sound of the breeze adding to the sense of mystery hanging in the air. The tree's branches lean over, creating a walkway to follow. Whiskers continues on, finding occasionally that he wants to dance playfully in the shadows as they flicker and twirl. And he continues on, growing a deeper sense of curiosity and wonder. And the light guides him deeper and deeper into the garden, further and further away from his home. And he follows that light, noticing the world around him, gently shifting and changing. The garden, once seeming small, now begins to feel like a vast and endless expanse. The trees seem to be growing taller, their branches reaching up to the sky like spires of ancient castles. The flowers seem to glow faintly in the moonlight, swaying in time with the rhythm of the breeze. The petals brushing against Whiskers' fur as he passes, leaving a trail of their sweet, sleepy scent in his wake. And the further he goes, the more absorbed he becomes in the world around him. The cool air, the soft sounds, the gentle light, all lulling him deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. His body moving automatically, his mind drifting further and further into the realm of dreams. The garden, with its usually familiar paths and well-known nooks, has become a gateway to something beyond, a portal to a world where anything is possible, where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blur and fade away. And Whiskers continues to follow that light as it weaves through the trees. And while following the world around him, becomes softer and more dreamlike, and the light stops, hovering just in front of a large, ancient oak tree. The tree is immense, its trunk thick and gnarled, its branches spreading wide, casting deep shadows on the ground. The bark is rough and weathered, etched with the passage of countless years, giving off a sense of wisdom, as if the tree has stood here since the beginning of time. And as Whiskers stands there, the light just hovering above him, he hears a soft, deep, friendly hoot. And high above, in the sprawling branches of this ancient oak tree, he notices a pair of glowing eyes shining like twin moons in the darkness, and discovers that they belong to Orion, a wise old owl who's made this tree his home. His feathers are a mottled mix of greys and browns, blending seamlessly with the bark of the tree, making him nearly invisible apart from his luminous eyes. He sits perched on a branch, his large wings folded neatly against his body, his head tilted slightly to one side as he gazes down at Whiskers. Orion exudes a sense of calm, ancient wisdom, as if he's seen and known all that there is to see and know in this world. There is something deeply comforting about his presence that makes Whiskers feel safe and at ease, almost like he's in the company of an old friend. Orion hoots softly, the sound deep and melodic, resonating through the still night air, a sound that seems to echo in the heart, stirring something deep within Whiskers, a recognition of the ancient rhythms of the world, of a connection between all living things. And the owl begins to speak, its voice slow and rhythmic, carrying a sense of peace and tranquility, almost like a lullaby for the soul. "Good evening, Whiskers," Orion says. "What brings you out on such a quiet night? It's not often I see you venturing beyond the warmth of your cushion." Whiskers gazes at the owl, his amber eyes wide and curious. He feels the need to speak, to explain, but words seem unnecessary. Orion's gaze is so penetrating, so knowing, that Whiskers has the sense that this owl already understands the unspoken answers and the meaning of everything. "You followed the light," Orion continues. "It's a light that few notice, and fewer still follow. But you have felt its call and you've heeded it, That light is a guide, a beacon that leads to a place where dreams are born and where the deepest, most peaceful rest can be found. The owl's words wrap around Whiskers like a comforting blanket, soothing, reassuring. There's no urgency in Orion's tone, no rush to reach the destination, only the promise of a journey that will lead to a place of profound peace and serenity. The thought fills Whiskers with a deep sense of calm, a sense that he's exactly where he's meant to be, doing exactly what he's meant to do. The journey you've begun is one that many have started but few have completed. It's a journey into the heart of the night, into the very essence of sleep and dreams. You'll find that the world around you is different here, that the rules of the waking world don't always apply, and the light will always guide you, and I'll be here to watch over you. And Whiskers felt a deep sense of gratitude and a positive warmth settle into his heart. He nodded gently, acknowledging Orion's words. The light still hovering above, pulsing softly with a reassuring glow. Follow the light, Orion said. It will take you where you need to go. And remember, wherever the journey leads you, I'll be here, watching over you, guiding you from afar. Trust in the light, and trust in yourself. And as Orion finished speaking, he spread his wings with a silent, graceful motion, dropped off the branch, and flew into the darkness. Whiskers took a deep breath, ready to continue his journey. The mysterious light leading him further and further through the garden, away from any sense of familiar surroundings, the world seeming to grow quieter with each step. The sound of the night becoming muffled. The light dipping low, hovering close to the ground as it approaches a small hidden hole nestled beneath a cluster of wildflowers. The flowers' petals shimmer faintly in the moonlight, creating a gentle glow that illuminates the entrance. The light pauses at the entrance. Whiskers hesitates for a moment as he peers into the small dark hole. The scent of earth and moss gently meeting his nostrils. With curiosity, he lowers his head and starts to head into the hole. He finds that the descent is smooth and easy. The earth is cool and soft. The tunnel is lined with gentle moss, offering up a soothing texture against his fur. Glowing fungus lighting the journey through this tunnel. Like the walls are covered in twinkling stars. This tunnel giving off a sense of peace and calm and comfort. Like a sanctuary hidden within the earth. And as Whiskers reaches the bottom of the tunnel, it opens out into a wide, cosy chamber. The floor covered in a thick carpet of dried leaves and soft grasses. The freshest, most pleasant scent rising from the ground, like a spring meadow. The air warm and comfortable. And as Whiskers gazes around his surroundings, he sees a flash of white fur dart across his path, accompanied by the most pleasant, cheerful giggle. And he spots a small, energetic rabbit bounding around, its eyes wide and sparkling with mischief. And this rabbit is Thistle, the playful guardian, and she greets Whiskers with a joyful bounce, her soft fur brushing against his as she circles him in an enthusiastic welcome. "Hello there," Thistle exclaims, her voice high and sweet, filled with the unbridled joy of a creature who knows nothing of worry or fear. "Welcome to my cozy little burrow. It's not often we get visitors down here, especially not from the world above. You must be a very special being." Whiskers feels a warm smile spread gently across his face, the infectious energy of the rabbit lightening his heart. He watches as Thistle bounces around him, her movements quick and graceful, as if she's dancing to a tune that only she can hear. There's something so pure and carefree about her. "Come, come," Thistle urges, her voice like the tinkling of bells. "You must be tired after your journey. Why don't you rest here for a while? The moss is soft, the air is sweet, perfect for a little nap." For a moment, Whiskers is tempted. The burrow is indeed inviting, its warmth and softness beckoning him to lie down, close his eyes, and drift into a peaceful slumber. But then he remembers the light that's led him here, the gentle glow that still hovers just above him, patiently waiting. There's still more to discover, more to learn. "What about the light?" Whiskers asks, his voice soft and low, almost as if he's speaking to himself. "It's leading me somewhere. There's somewhere I need to go." Thistle stops her bouncing, looks at Whiskers with wide, understanding eyes. And then nods. It's leading you to the dream glade, a place where all creatures go to find the deepest, most restful sleep. It's a magical place, hidden deep within the heart of the night, where dreams are born, and where the worries of the world simply melt away. Thistle hops closer, but only those with a true desire for peace and rest can find it. Many have tried, but only a few have made it to the glade. It's not just about following the light, it's about following your heart, about truly wanting to let go and embrace the serenity that awaits. Whiskers listens, the words resonating deep within him, feeling a profound sense of peace and harmony. You must continue, Whiskers. Follow the light. It'll guide you to the glade. Whiskers sets off, continuing to follow. He leaves the warmth of Thistle's burrow behind. Heads back out into the night. The air has become cooler, more crisp. The world around him is so silent and still. The stars continuing to twinkle. He heads towards a bubbling stream. The stream winds so gently through a moonlit meadow, its waters glowing faintly as they catch the light of the stars. The sound of the water, a quiet, soothing melody, a soft murmur filling the air with a sense of peace and tranquility. The grasses on the bank of the river, swaying gently in the breeze. Whiskers approaches the stream. He walks slowly and deliberately. There seems to be something magical about this place. Something that makes him feel as if he's standing at the threshold of a dream. The clear and cool water, reflecting the sky above, creating the illusion of another world just beneath the surface. Whiskers gazes into the stream, his eyes drawn to the reflection of the stars, and for a moment he feels as if he could step into that mirrored world and lose himself deeply in its serenity. He can see his reflection looking back at him. But it's not just his reflection. It's a version of himself that's lighter, more serene, almost as if he's already part of the dream that beckons him. His fur in the reflection seems to shimmer and glow. His eyes deep, holding a calmness that he's never seen before. The stream continues to hum, its relaxing melody resonating deep within Whisker's soul. Like a song of rest, of letting go of worries and cares that weigh on the heart. As he listens to that stream, he can feel those worries melting away, dissolving like mist in the morning sun. The world around him growing softer and softer as he sinks deeper and deeper into a peaceful reverie, discovering that the stream is a guide, a gentle presence leading him not just physically but mentally deeper to the heart of his journey. The light just hovering above the stream, pulsing in a gentle rhythm, urging Whiskers to let go, to let himself be carried on the current of dreams. And Whiskers steps closer to the stream, the cool water lapping at his pores. The sensation making him feel as if he's standing on the edge of two worlds, one waking, one of sleep. He gives way to immersing himself fully in the tranquil, pleasant embrace of dreams emitted by the stream. He enjoys this sensation for a while, but this dreamy sensation reminds him he needs to continue his journey to the dream glade. He can't rest here, absorbed in the dreams from the stream. And so he heads away from the stream, following the light, heading deeper into the night, past glowing flowers, like tiny lanterns lighting the way, feeling the pull of the glade growing stronger with each step. And as he continues on, walking away from the stream, following that light, the light passes into a dense, ancient forest. The trees so tall and majestic, branches stretching and intertwined high in the sky, blocking out much of the moonlight. The occasional shard of light dancing before him as they walk deeper into this ancient forest. This forest seems so magical, a place where he can imagine souls go to rest and find peace. The light ahead weaves through the trees, like the most gentle breeze as Whiskers follows. And the deeper and deeper he goes into the forest, the more peaceful and relaxed he feels. And in the heart of the forest, he encounters a deer named Serene, and she lives up to her name in every way. She gives off a deep sense of kindness and calmness and deep understanding. She has soft and brown fur, moves so gracefully and unhurried, as if she has all the time in the world. She tells Whiskers that he's not far from the dream glade. Explains that it's a place where the deepest dreams are born, and that he'll find it tonight. And Whiskers feels a deep sense of serenity from Serene, before noticing the trees beginning to part beyond her, and a path widening, and the light moves towards that widening path. And with a deep sense of curiosity, Whiskers follows. And through that opening path is a hidden sanctuary bathed in soft light that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a warm and inviting light, creating a glow that's gentle and comforting, like the first light of dawn, carefully spilling over the horizon. And as Whiskers steps into the glade, he feels a deep sense of awe and wonder. The air seems to be filled with a distant sound of chimes, like tiny tinkling bells, singing in the breeze, adding a deeper, dreamlike quality to this place. And in the centre of this glade is a small, crystal clear pool of water that's perfectly still. And Whiskers feels he could almost step into the pool and sleep on the surface, floating under the most peaceful night sky. And the light that's guided Whiskers throughout his journey to here hovers above the pool. And Whiskers gazes into the water, and the longer he gazes into that water, the deeper and more profound his experience becomes. He feels a sense of becoming lighter and lighter, as if he could just float away on a breeze, carried by the gentle melody and the chimes surrounding him. And while while gazing into the water, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm. He feels that he can barely keep his eyes open, as if dreams are approaching. He feels a deep sense of contentment, deeper than he's ever felt before, as if every worry, every care, all discomfort is lifted from within him, leaving just pure peace and calm. Feeling this glade is offering up a sense of healing, renewing his mind and body, filling him with comfort. As he drifts deeper asleep, absorbed in the dreamlike atmosphere of the glade. And Whiskers lies there so peacefully, so relaxed in the glade, his body relaxing deeper and deeper, his mind resting and at ease. His heart feeling a deep sense of contentment and serenity and love. Exploring the corners of the silence as he drifts deeper and deeper into the experience. And after some time in this glade, experiencing the most profound sleep, he starts his journey home following that light, the light guiding him all the way back, until he finds himself back at the cottage through the garden. He jumps back up onto the ledge of the window, the light turning and seeming to almost acknowledge him, before wistfully disappearing off and vanishing from sight. He jumps down from the ledge, back in the familiarity and the warmth of the cozy room in the cottage. Noticing that fresh lavender scent once more, as he heads back and rests back down on his favourite cushion, curling himself up on its inviting surface and sinking down into a profound sense of peace and relaxation, stretching lazily, closing his eyes, beginning to dream about his journey to the dream glade and back again, what he saw, what he heard, the smells, the experience, before drifting and floating deeper and deeper asleep, so profoundly all night long, into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you stand at the edge of a mystical lake, a hidden gem cradled by ancient trees whose branches stretch like the arms of wise old guardians. And here time seems to be held in a delicate, eternal pause. The surface of the lake is perfectly still, a mirror reflecting the sky above with such clarity that it feels as if you're gazing into another world. The air around you is crisp and fresh, infused with the subtle, sweet scent of dandelions that seem to float in the air, carried by a gentle, unseen breeze. The scene before you is breathtakingly serene. The water's glassy surface reflecting the deep blue of the sky and the soft white clouds drifting lazily above. Every detail is sharp and clear. From the emerald green of the surrounding foliage to the golden light of the sun that bathes everything in a warm, soothing glow. It's as if time has ceased its relentless march, allowing you to savor this moment of perfect peace. And as you stand there, the stillness of the scene fills you with a profound sense of calm. Your breathing slows, your thoughts quiet, and you feel a deep connection to the world around you. The usual rush of noise of life seems a distant memory, replaced by a feeling of being suspended in a moment outside of time. It's a place where the past, present and future merge into a single, timeless now. And you close your eyes. The air so cool against your skin, invigorating and refreshing. The sound of soft rustling leaves, singing birds, lapping water, each sound distinct yet blending so harmoniously. And when you open your eyes again, you feel a deeper sense of wonder. The lake, the trees, the sky, all seem to pulse with a quiet yet powerful energy, as if the world itself is breathing, alive and conscious, sharing its ancient wisdom with you. The scent of dandelions mingle with the earthy aroma of moss and soil, helping to ground you in this present moment. And as you stand there, you wonder what you're going to discover. You can notice a hill off in the distance, covered in a lush green carpet of grass that seems to ripple so softly in the breeze. You can see that on top of that hill there seems to be a solitary seat carved from ancient stone, weathered by time. you can see that on that seat rests a chalice glowing with a soft, inviting light, like a beacon, ushering you over. You start to walk towards that distant hill, and then begin to climb. And the climb up the hill is gentle, a winding path bordered by wildflowers, the air filled with their sweet, subtle fragrance. And as you ascend, you can notice the panoramic view, the lake in the distance, the surrounding countryside. And the higher you climb, the more expansive that view becomes. And the sky above is a deep and endless blue, dotted with the occasional soft puff of white cloud. The sun bathing everything in such a warm, comforting glow. And at the top of the hill, you take in the scene, and you head over to that stone seat. You admire the chalice, seeming to shimmer and shift with the light, etched with intricate patterns, telling tales of ancient wisdom. And as you touch that chalice, you feel a deep connection flowing through you. And as you hold that chalice, a comfortable surge of energy fills you with warmth and peace and destiny. And you sit down on the ancient stone seat, gazing out the top of this hill, over the rolling hills, distant forest, that shimmering lake. The sense of peace deepening further still. The air gently breezing and tickling your cheeks, perhaps noticing a faint and distant sound of bells, as if acknowledging your discovery of this chalice, while you become deeper and deeper relaxed. And the chalice rests in your hands, glowing softly and gently. And as you sit there, and you rest your arm on one of the arms of the chair, so you feel something under one of your fingertips, and you gently touch and feel around with your fingertip, and inadvertently press a button, and the whole chair jolts, grinds, and seems to slide, revealing a staircase beneath you. And you stand up from the chair as the chair grinds to a halt. You gaze down the staircase, that hidden path, curious where it leads. You can just about see the steps to the bottom, and as you descend those steps into that hidden path, you count yourself down in your mind 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, stepping off the bottom step onto this secret path, you begin to follow this path, illuminated by the chalice you carry. And initially the path is dark and requiring illumination. But after a while, it seems to open up into an otherworldly landscape with a scent of sweet flowers you've never smelt before. And as you walk, this landscape seems to shift and transform. Meadows stretching out before you. The vibrant colours of different flowers unknown to you. An unusual sky above, even though you feel you should be underground. And the sky has a purple hue. The sounds of birds, but unlike anything you've ever heard before. And you enter a towering forest, the leaves rustling in the breeze. Each footstep guiding you deeper and deeper relaxed. Curious about the ancient stories that linger here in this land. And you exit this forest, continuing to follow the path, now weaving around the base of some hills, and steadily rising up one of the hills, and from the top of the hill you can see the landscape below. You can see what looks like a canal cutting through this landscape. You walk down the other side of the hill, weaving your way down that hill, heading towards that canal, arriving at the canal to find a narrowboat, its wooden hull painted in vibrant colours, adorned with intricate carvings and decoration. And as you step onto the narrowboat, it begins to move so gently and softly along the water, bringing a deeper sense of peace as that water laps against the underside of the boat, almost lulling you into relaxation. And you rest on this narrowboat, trusting and going with the flow. You gaze over the side and you can see the wake of the water, the bobbing of water lilies, dragonflies hovering and dancing above the water. The sweet scent of the countryside around you. You head down into the narrowboat, and it seems to have no people here. It seems to be just driving itself. And so you accept its piloting all by itself, that seems to know where it's going, and heading down into the boat. You notice an unusual painting hanging on the wall that seems almost alive. And as you study the painting, you recognize it as being a map of your journey. And while the narrowboat continues gliding along the canal, you realize the painting is subtly shifting, revealing new details, almost as if it's guiding you towards your next destination and filling in the blanks of where you've been and where you're going. And as you continue to follow this canal, passing fields, different countryside, you just go with the flow and enjoy the journey, feeling a deep sense of connection to the land, to its stories. Curious about that painting, but wanting to sit up on the top of the narrowboat, not have everything revealed to you by the painting. The painting seemed to have been speaking of lost cities hidden in the forest, a castle in the distance, and the boat glides so smoothly in a very unhurried kind of way as you find yourself drifting deeper and deeper into a reverie, into an almost dreamlike state. Finding yourself journeying within yourself, following your own path of discovery and reflection. Aware of being surrounded by such beauty and peace, the stillness of the water, the timelessness of it, and eventually the narrowboat gently glides gracefully to a halt at a small dock near the castle from the painting. You gaze up at the majestic structure, its stone walls covered in ivy and moss, the turrets reaching towards the sky. And as you approach the grand entrance, the heavy wooden doors creak open, inviting you inside. You can smell the scent of old parchment. And as you enter the castle, the furniture seems to come to life, each piece seeming to sing with its own unique sound. The grand piano in the corner begins to play a gentle, soothing tune. The chandeliers glisten and twinkle, the light sparkling around the room, with the evening light shining in through the stained glass windows. And you head into a dining hall, seeing the table set with the most fine, beautiful china, crystal goblets, all singing their cheerful tunes. In the library there are shelves of books, seeming to murmur among themselves. Everything in this castle seems to be woven together in a thread of harmony, sharing their memories of this castle. As you feel yourself drawn deeper and deeper into the story, into the rich history and the connections of these different items. And in a small room, you find an intricately carved old rocking chair that's creaking and rocking softly, slowly, gently back and forth. You sit in the chair feeling that gentle movement, soothing you, and the sounds around you seem to almost change to be like the hum of a lullaby, a melody seeming to stretch into the deepest parts of your being, relaxing you deeper and deeper, your eyes willing themselves to close, a deep desire to fall asleep, feeling yourself sinking deeper and deeper into a state of peace and relaxation. And as your eyes close, you have a feeling like you're continuing to explore the castle, discovering a hidden passageway. And with the chalice, you explore that passageway, unaware at this moment in time you're actually drifting and floating deeper and deeper asleep into the most healing, restorative, recuperative state. And that this is part of that process of drifting deeper and deeper inside. And you descend under the castle, following this hidden passageway, until eventually you find a cave. And this cave is illuminated by lanterns, casting the warmest, most inviting glow. And in the middle of this cave is a small stage and a showman seeming to entertain a small audience of elves and woodland creatures with stories and magic tricks, captivating the audience with their every word as you also feel yourself drawn towards them. The elves watching intently, their eyes sparkling with delight. woodland creatures, like rabbits, foxes, mice, paying deep attention as that showman continues their performance. And you walk over and seat yourself among the audience, enraptured by the showman's performance, discovering that their words seem to paint such a vivid picture in your mind of distant lands and forgotten times. The showman seems to acknowledge the chalice you carry. They tell you it's a powerful artifact, one that holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the lost city. As if by magic, they pull a scroll out of their pocket, and the scroll seems to contain a riddle. To find the entrance to the lost city, you must solve this riddle. It'll guide you to a place where the city's secrets are hidden. In the place where moonlight meets the morning dew, where reflections of the past come into view, seek the ancient tree with roots so deep, and there the secrets of the city keep. The showman smiles and hands you the scroll. He tells you you're going to need to solve that riddle to find the answer. And you leave the cave as he carries on his performance. You head back to the castle and find yourself waking in that chair, and with the riddle rattling around in your mind. You leave the castle. You follow a path illuminated by the glow of the chalice, and find yourself approaching a quiet beach house perched on a serene peninsula. And as dawn breaks over the horizon, you admire the pink and gold sky, and this beach house gives you a sense of a tranquil sanctuary, a sense of deep safety and peace. The sound of the water lapping on the shore of the beach, the feeling of walking through the sand, heading over to the beach house, ascending some steps, knocking on the door, and with no answer, opening the door and saying hello, before walking inside to explore. And you can see there's a comfortable chair facing towards the water. And so you rest in that chair, you watch as the sun continues to rise, tickling the surface of the sea with a dancing light. The soothing rhythm of the waves against the shore, almost like breathing in and out, in and out, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. And you let your mind wander, pondering that riddle, the words of the riddle echoing through your mind, bathed in the peaceful sounds of your environment. And as your eyes close, your thoughts drift by like the waves. And when you next open your eyes, you see the calm water seeming to shimmer with life, the sunlight dancing on the surface, and the tranquility helps you connect deeper with your inner wisdom. And you feel this location so quiet and peaceful, and almost in a flash, the answer to the riddle becomes clear to you. You stand up, leave the location, and head towards a nearby thicket, a dense grove of trees that seems to hold its own secrets. And as you walk into this dense foliage, the air here filled with the scent of soil and moss, and the gentle songs of birds. You find buried deep here, and encased within the thicket, a gnarled and ancient tree. And as you approach that tree, you hear a soft sound and notice a small kitten appearing from behind the trunk. Its fur seems so soft, its eyes so bright with curiosity, the gentle meows, comfortable greeting, the way it circles around your legs, before trotting ahead as if to lead you to the base of the tree. And you follow that kitten into the base of the tree and find this space illuminated by gentle, warm light that seems to emanate from the tree itself. And the air in here is so cool and yet fragrant. And the kitten leads you further and deeper into this tree. And after some time of walking, you discover the strangest thing, a world of harmony, of elves and magical creatures. And those elves have such delicate features and such wisdom in their eyes. And the kitten continues to guide you to a wise old elf sat on a stone. And you look into this elf's eyes and perceive the knowledge. He gestures for you to sit behind him, and he tells you the chalice you hold is a vessel of great significance. It connects all beings through its light. He speaks about universal connection, binding all living things in a web of life and energy that flows through that chalice. He tells you the chalice is a symbol of serenity and wisdom. And you begin to feel a deep connection to this chalice, being better able to understand the experience you've been having since finding it. a sense of unity and harmony, a connection to all things, and this journey taking you to this moment. And with your realizations, you feel a deeper sense of serenity. And this wise elf stands up and continues guiding you as you walk with the kitten. And they take you through a dense area of trees. To reveal a lost city hidden here. A place of deep wonder, ancient secrets, and you take in this lost city. Your understanding of the connection of all things. And as you explore, you feel a profound sense of understanding, serenity, peace, harmony, and a deeper connection to the land. You explore the vast library within this lost city. And just from touching bound volumes and scrolls, you seem to absorb the knowledge, the wisdom, deep understanding of the past, the present, and the future. And after some time, you feel it's time to leave. So you head back to that beach. You find your way back through the landscape. You find your way all the way back, placing the chalice back where you found it, before heading home. As the sun sets for another day, curious whether anyone else will discover the chalice in the future and make the same learnings as you did, uncovering ancient knowledge, and with various thoughts in your mind helping you relax, feel at peace, feel a connection with all things. With pleasant thoughts in mind, you drift and float deeply asleep into slumberland. And this is a story about Andy. And Andy is in an ancient rainforest. And as he steps carefully through the lush undergrowth, the air is thick with the heady scent of sage bushes, their aromatic fragrance mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil. Vibrant greens surround him, leaves glistening with dew, while colourful mushrooms dot the forest floor like tiny enchanted umbrellas. The faint forest is alive with sound, birds calling from the canopy, insects buzzing softly, and the distant murmur of a flowing river, creating a serene symphony that soothes his spirit. As Andy's heart races with a mix of excitement and curiosity, he continues to explore. He's an archaeologist, a seeker of hidden truths and forgotten histories. And today, he feels the pull of something extraordinary. The rainforest with its ancient trees feels like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered. Each step he takes on the soft, mossy ground guides him deeper and deeper into a world where time seems to stand still. As he pushes aside a curtain of hanging vines, his eyes catch sight of a hidden path, overgrown with chestnut trees and tangled vines. The path is barely visible, almost as if it has been deliberately concealed by the forest itself. His pulse quickens as he moves closer. The sense of discovery is electrifying. The path leads him through dense underbrush, every step quiet and deliberate, until he finds himself standing before an old house. The house is a relic of the past, barely visible through the thick foliage. Moss and ivy cover its weathered walls, blending it almost seamlessly with the forest. It's as if the house has been swallowed by nature, hidden away and forgotten for centuries. Andy feels a thrill run through him. The anticipation of uncovering something long lost. He approaches the house with a mix of reverence and excitement, sensing that it holds secrets from the past. The old house, though dilapidated, exudes a charm that captivates Andy. He pushes open the creaking wooden door and steps inside, the floorboards groaning softly under his weight. The air inside is cool and smells of old wood and essential oils, a combination that evokes memories of forgotten times. Dust dances in the beams of light filtering through the cracked windows, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. His eyes roam over the room, taking in different details. Cobwebs drape the corners like delicate lace, and the faded wallpaper peels away in places, revealing the bare wood beneath. The house feels like a time capsule, a place where history has been preserved in the walls. He moves further inside, his footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. In one corner of the room, he discovers a cupboard. It's an old wooden cupboard, its doors slightly ajar. With curiosity, he opens it and finds an array of ancient artifacts inside. He finds a magic broom, a Newton's cradle, and a tiny house. The magic broom seems to hum with energy, a faint vibration that he can feel through his fingertips. The Newton's cradle, as if sensing his presence, begins to move on its own, the metal balls clinking together in a soft, rhythmic dance. He watches, fascinated and slightly unnerved by the animated objects. The room feels charged with an otherworldly energy, as if he stepped into a different world. Each artifact seems to hold a story, a piece of a larger puzzle that he's now a part of. He feels a profound connection to the past, a sense of being both a part of history and a witness to magic. As he stands there, surrounded by the relics of a bygone era, his mind races with questions. Who lived in this house? What stories do these artifacts hold? And what secrets of the ancient rainforest are waiting to be uncovered? The answers, he senses, lie deeper within this enchanting place, and he feels a surge of determination to uncover them. And in this dimly lit room, he decides to delve deeper. His fingers run over the wooden surfaces, tracing intricate carvings. As he explores, he discovers a drawer cleverly concealed within the cupboard structure. It softly slides open, revealing a secret book. The book is leather covered and embossed with intricate patterns that seem to dance in the flickering light. The pages are yellowed and fragile, the edges crumbling with age. The scent of ancient paper and time-worn leather fills the air, mingling with the lingering aroma of essential oils. He gently lifts the book, feeling the weight of history in his hands, and carries it to a nearby table, where a shaft of light illuminates the dusty surface. As he opens the book, his eyes widen in awe. The pages are filled with mysterious codes and symbols, each one meticulously drawn with an artistry that speaks of a time when knowledge was a sacred craft. The symbols seem to pulse with a life of their own, as if they're waiting for someone worthy to unlock their secrets. He feels a thrill of excitement and a surge of determination. He knows he's going to set out to decipher the code. Hours pass in quiet concentration. He becomes so deeply absorbed in the ancient text, the house around him seems to begin to fade. He works at cross-referencing the symbols with notes scribbled in the margins, the patterns and sequences beginning to make sense, revealing fragments of a story. It's a legend, an ancient tale of a crown and a wedding ring that, when brought together, possess great power. The book shares about a hidden lagoon, a place shrouded in mystery and magic, where these items can be found. He can almost hear the echo of ancient voices, willing him on, guiding him towards finding those items. He gathers up his belongings, places the book carefully into his satchel, and prepares to venture deeper into the rainforest. As he walks, the rainforest is a symphony of life. The vibrant greens of leaves, the colourful splashes of blooming flowers, creating tapestry of nature's brilliance. Birds calling from the treetops, their songs blending with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a hidden stream. Andy's senses are heightened, each sound and scent drawing him deeper into the heart of the forest. Following the clues, Andy navigates through the maze of trees and vines. He finds that the path isn't always clear, but the symbols and the diagrams guide him. The air is thick with the scent of sage bushes, their aroma both calming and invigorating. The canopy above blocking sunlight, casting a greenish glow over his path, the occasional shard of light managing to creep down from the canopy above. After many hours, Andy discovers something that takes his breath away. Hidden among the trees is a magical painting of a bridge, and the painting glows softly, the colours vibrant and alive. The bridge seems to span a serene lagoon, its waters shimmering under a moonlit sky. He feels drawn towards the painting, as if somehow it holds the key to continuing his journey. He reaches out, touches the painting, and in an instant the world shifts. The forest around him blurs and fades, replaced by the cool, soothing presence of the lagoon. He finds himself standing on the bridge depicted within the painting. Clouds of mist float gently over the water, and the serene sound of the water laps against the shore, the scent filling the air. The lagoon is a place of ethereal beauty. The air is cool and fragrant, with a scent of blooming night flowers, their delicate petals glowing softly in the moonlight. The sky above is a tapestry of stars, each one twinkling like a tiny beacon of light in the vast darkness. Andy feels a deep sense of peace and reverie as his mind drifts into a state of relaxed wonder. He steps off of the bridge and onto the shore, his footsteps silent on the soft, moss-covered ground. The scene before him feeling like a dream, a tranquil oasis hidden from the world, where time seems to stand still. He takes a deep breath, the cool, fragrant air filling his lungs, calming his spirit. He knows he's entered a place of magic and mystery, a place where the secrets of the past are waiting to be uncovered. As he explores the lagoon, his mind is filled with thoughts of the ancient legend, the crown and the wedding ring, hidden somewhere in this enchanted place, holding the promise of great power and knowledge. The prospect of finding these treasures fills him with a sense of purpose. As he searches every corner of the lagoon, the mist swirls around him as he moves, each step taking him deeper and deeper into the heart of the mystery. The water is clear and still, reflecting the night sky and the surrounding trees like a perfect mirror. He feels a deep sense of connection to this place, as if a part of him was always meant to be a part of this area. The tranquility of the lagoon seeps gently into his soul, making him feel at peace and at home. As he continues his search, his mind drifts back to the book, to the symbols, the ancient knowledge contained within its pages, guiding him towards his goal. Feeling a deep reverence for the wisdom of the past, the secrets that have been preserved through the ages and are now revealing themselves to him. In the distance, he spots a faint glow emanating from a cluster of rocks near the water's edge. His heart quickens as he approaches, the glow growing brighter with each step. And nestled among the rocks he finds a small, intricately carved chestnut box. The box pulses with an inner light, its surface warm to the touch. He opens it carefully, his breath catching in his throat as he gazes upon the treasures inside. There, nestled within the chestnut box, are the crown and the wedding ring, both glowing with an ethereal light. The crown is adorned with intricate designs, each detail meticulously crafted, and the wedding ring is a simple yet elegant band, its surface smooth and polished. He feels a profound sense of enlightenment, a sense of understanding the deeper meaning of his experience. The old lady from the lagoon reappears, and she has such a calming and reassuring presence. She explains that the crown and the wedding ring are symbols of unity and balance. They're meant to be used for the greater good. He returns to that bridge and finds on the bridge that the world shifts once again. As he exits the painting and finds himself back in that rainforest, and the mist continues to cling to the surface of this area like a silken veil. The air is cool and fragrant, the stars above twinkling so softly, creating the most beautiful tapestry of light overhead. And from the mist, a figure seems to begin to emerge, a small lady with silver hair. She seems to exude an aura of ancient wisdom, her eyes deep and sparkling. "Welcome," she says, her voice soft yet firm. "I'm the guardian of this area, and you're here to learn about the crown and the wedding ring. She shares some words of wisdom before handing him a sack made of finely woven cloth. Trust in yourself, and you'll find your way. And with that, the woman disappears, and Andy continues to follow a path deeper through the forest. And this forest is thick with towering trees, the branches arching overhead. And in the distance he can hear a rhythmic beat of a drum, creating a mystical ambience. He can hear the nocturnal creatures singing and dancing around in the night time. He can feel the ethereal nature of this place, a place that seems to be awash with magic. And suddenly the path opens up into a small clearing, bathed in silvery moonlight. In the centre of this path is a tall, ancient tree with a wide trunk and expansive branches stretching high into the sky. And Andy approaches the tree, admires the tree, runs his fingers around the bark of the tree, and can feel the natural magic of the tree, the magic of nature. And as he leaves the tree, he sees jellyfish floating in the sky. And these jellyfish float so gracefully, so peacefully, their presence bringing a deep sense of love and wisdom. He reaches out towards one of the jellyfish as they slowly undulate in the sky, their tentacles reaching back in his direction, his fingers making contact with the tentacles of the jellyfish as the jellyfish begins to glow so beautifully, so calmly, and he feels a connection and gets a psychic flash of wisdom and insight and understanding from the contact. And with this wisdom, the jellyfish disconnect and begin to rise up higher into the sky. As he continues his journey along the path, the sound of the drums growing louder and louder, beating and resonating like the pulse of the forest itself. And he finds himself in a secluded grove in the heart of this forest, where he encounters a wise nun with robes flowing like water around her. Her eyes are closed and she seems to be in deep meditation, and the air around her seems to be thick with the scent of incense and a mystical atmosphere. As he nears, she opens her eyes with the most beautiful friendly smile "Welcome," she says, her voice a soothing melody. "You've done well to come this far, to learn all you've been learning. Your heart and spirit are strong." He feels a deep sense of calm and reverence. She continues, "Seek not with your eyes but with your heart. True treasures are found within. Trust the path you're on and let your spirit guide you." And he feels a deep understanding wash over him. He feels as if his path becomes clearer. He feels a connection with the wisdom betrayed, and a desire to connect deeper with nature. And he continues on his journey, passing into dense forest before exiting into clearings, and then passing into more dense forest, and then more clearings. And the clearings are bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. And while in the clearings, he can notice the way that the moonlit grass waves so delicately in the breeze. And he continues his journey, learning that the journey is more important than the destination. And he finds himself in a small, secluded glade. He has the wedding ring and the crown. He feels a deep sense of accomplishment for the journey he's been on, and a sense of enlightenment. He is aware that the power of these items isn't from their physical form, but in the unity and balance that they represent. He feels a deep sense of gratitude and determination to carry what he's learned through to the rest of his life, to helping others. He holds on to the ancient wisdom, the knowledge that he's gained, unsure how his life will be transformed in the future. And after enjoying his journey, making his discoveries, he travels back to that old cottage. And in the old cottage, he goes back to that cupboard. Only this time, while he's in this cottage, his eyes are drawn to a painting on the wall. He notices it's the painting he saw in the forest, the one depicting that bridge. But that painting is now transformed. The water around the bridge looks calmer. The mists have cleared. The colours are soft and serene. It looks more like another world. He feels that the change to that bridge, to that painting, is supposed to convey some learning and understanding. As he leaves this cottage and makes his journey home, he arrives home, sits in his study, explores the artifacts from his journey. He reflects on the adventure, the wisdom he'd gained. He writes up his experiences in his journal. He draws some sketches. And then as the night settles down, so he knows it's time for him to settle down. He sets off to bed and thinking about future expeditions. He drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into slumberland. And in a quaint village, nestled on the edge of a mystical forest, life flows as smoothly as the gentle stream that winds through its heart. The village, a haven of tranquility, is a place where everyone knows each other, and the air is perpetually scented with the fragrance of blooming flowers, the inviting aroma of freshly baked bread from local bakeries. And here time seems slow, allowing each moment to be savoured like the most sweet melody. And Annie is a kind-hearted woman with an adventurous spirit. She's a beloved figure in this serene community, known for her warm smile that can brighten even the dullest of days, and her eyes that twinkle with curiosity and joy. She embodies the spirit of the village, and her cottage is a charming home, adorned with colourful mosaics depicting stories of old, designed to show her creativity and her zest for life. The wind chimes in her porch sing softly in the twilight, creating the most soothing melody, mingling with the evening breeze. One day, as the sun begins its descent, casting the most comforting golden hue over the village, like a warm, embracing blanket, Annie strolls through the bustling market. The sunlight bathing the scene in the most magical light, almost making the mundane seem extraordinary. She greets everyone she knows in the most friendly of ways, her heart so light and open, bringing joy to everyone she encounters. And in this golden hour, she gently meanders through the market stalls, gazing at the different wares, and then notices a red ribbon fluttering gently in the evening breeze, its vibrant hue standing out against the tones of twilight. And the ribbon seems almost alive, and Annie allows her eyes to follow the undulating movement as the ribbon seems to beckon her. It seems to be directing her gaze towards the edge of the forest. And with a sense of wonder and a heart full of curiosity, Annie follows the ribbon. It begins to weave through the trees, guiding her deeper and deeper into the forest. The light filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, the air growing cooler, filled with the scent of moss and fallen leaves. The forest feeling alive with the secrets of a time long past. As she continues to venture deeper and deeper into the forest, as the world around her seems to change, the sounds of the village becoming more distant, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the forest feeling like a realm apart from reality, a place where magic seems to linger in every shadow. And the ribbon leads her to an ancient temple, its entrance hidden behind a curtain of ivy and moss. And the temple is long forgotten by the world, standing silently, guarding untold secrets. Its stone walls, weathered but sturdy, and carvings on the inside of those walls, telling ancient stories. And inside the temple, the air is cool and still, carrying the faint scent of age and mystery. The light from the setting sun, creeping its way through the occasional cracks in the walls. And Annie's eyes are drawn to a mosaic, its colours still vibrant despite its age. The mosaic depicts a scene of a shimmering portal, a path of light leading to a world beyond this one. And with a sense of reverence, Annie reaches out and gently touches the mosaic, and the moment her fingers make contact, the mosaic begins to glow. its colours become more vivid. The light spreads. The temple begins to fill with a soft, otherworldly radiance. And that mosaic transforms into a portal, shimmering like a prism, revealing a path, encouraging her to step through. And with a deep sense of wonder and adventure, she steps through the portal, feeling warmth and comfort. The world around her beginning to shift and change. The boundary between reality and dream becoming blurred. Feeling herself relax deeper and deeper as she finds herself transported to a new realm. A realm of magic and mystery and boundless possibilities. And she feels a deep sense of peace and excitement, and a curiosity for the adventures that lay before her. As the temple behind her fades from view, and she finds herself wrapped in vibrant colours and enchanting melodies of a new world. A world where the air is perfumed with the delicate scent of jasmine, a gentle murmur of a stream, harmonizing with the soft tinkling of distant chimes, a symphony lulling her deeper and deeper relaxed. The sky seemingly a perpetual twilight, a canvas of indigo, kissed by the glow of countless stars that twinkle softly. And as she gazes around her surroundings, she feels a deep and profound sense of peace wash over her, as if the very air she breathes is imbued with serenity. Each step that she takes seems to feel lighter and lighter, as if the weight of the world has been lifted from her shoulders, leaving her free to explore this enchanted realm. And she wanders along a path lined with flowers, humming gentle melodies. And she encounters Ivy and Iris, a pair of twins who almost seem to have stepped out of a fairy tale. They seem to possess an otherworldly aura. Their movements are so graceful, their eyes sparkling, their voices harmonious. Each word that they speak is carried like the most beautiful and calming melody. "Welcome," Ivy says, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you," Iris adds, her tone equally melodic. "Where am I?" Annie asks, her voice barely a whisper. "You're in the land of dreams," Ivy replies, "a place where magic and reality intertwine We're your guides on this journey, Iris continues, and we've much to show you. And their voices seem to harmonize like a gentle song, calming Annie deeply, profoundly. She has a sense that this place holds magic and discovery. She follows the twins down a long, flower-lined path, and the twins speak about a hidden treasure that lies on an invisible island, a treasure that has the power to fulfill the deeper desires of the heart. But to reach this island, Annie must seek the aid of a green fairy and find a flaming sword that guards the treasure. Ivy explains the treasure's not gold or jewels, it's something far more precious. It's something that'll help you to achieve your heart's deepest wish. And Annie begins to embark on this quest. The twins guide her to a gentle stream where she finds a rowboat. They hand her a letter, a parchment soft and worn with age, and instruct her to follow the stream. They tell her to trust herself and to trust the magic that surrounds her. And she begins her journey rowing down the stream, the sound of the oars pushing through the water. The boat gliding so effortlessly, the twilight sky reflecting in the surface of the stream. The sound of the oars so rhythmic, lulling her deeper, relaxed with each stroke. And she can feel herself becoming more absorbed in the journey. She can feel her mind and body sinking deeper into a peaceful reverie. She feels that every breath she takes seems to be filled with tranquility and a calm knowing that the journey holds the promise of discovery. And she continues to gently row down this serene stream. The twilight reflecting like a shimmering mirage. The ripples of the water pushed aside by the oars, distorting the mirrored stars. The sound of the water lapping against the boat, so soothing, like a lullaby sung by nature. Feeling the last of any tension leaving her body as she sinks deeper and deeper into the most profound and peaceful state of mind. The air so cool and fragrant, that gentle scent of jasmine still hanging around, mixed with the scent of damp moss and wood. The trees that line the stream, gently swaying in the breeze. And as she continues to row, she notices an ornate bottle floating and bobbing down the stream. Its glass a deep iridescent blue, glinting and glistening softly in the twilight light. Intrigued, she reaches and carefully grabs the bottle from the water. She pops the cork, and a plume of shimmering smoke spirals out, before coalescing to form a friendly genie. "Greetings, kind traveller," the genie says. "You freed me from my watery prison, and in gratitude I'll offer you a single wish." Annie thinks for a moment. "I wish for guidance to the green fairy." The genie nods. A serene smile touches his lips. With a gentle wave of his hand, he dissolves into shimmering light and floats ahead of Annie, illuminating the path forward. The light leads her deeper and deeper down the stream. She continues to row, following that light. The trees around the stream growing denser and denser, their branches arching overhead, forming a natural canopy. Rustling as she rows, until eventually she notices a small dock on the edge of the stream. She moors up the boat and follows the light into the dense forest, where eventually she encounters the green fairy, a delicate figure with wings shimmering. Her presence is calming, her voice soft and melodic. The fairy leads Annie through that dense forest. The ground beneath them soft and spongy, almost muffling their footsteps, adding to the dreamlike quality of this place. She finds herself becoming more absorbed in the environment, more attuned to every sight, sound, and scent. Eventually they reach a murky swamp, its waters dark and still. Strange, mythic animals move silently through the shadows, their eyes glinting and glistening in the dim light. The air filled with mysterious sounds, croak of a frog, the rustle of unseen creatures. And despite the slightly eerie atmosphere, Annie feels a deep sense of peace and calm and trust with this green fairy. They navigate the swamp slowly and carefully, guided by the fairy's light, illuminating a safe path, revealing any hidden dangers. Each step bringing them deeper and deeper into the heart of the experience and a growing connection to the magic of this world. Until eventually, beyond the swamp, they arrive at an ancient gnarled oak tree, its roots twisting and curling like fingers of an old guardian. Hidden beneath its sprawling roots is the entrance to a tunnel. Annie heads down into the tunnel. The air is cooler and calming. The fairy illuminates the tunnel, revealing strange ancient carvings, symbols and figures from a time long forgotten. The carvings seem to tell stories of ancient quests, forgotten heroes. As they travel deeper and deeper into the earth, and each step feels like a journey into the past, a descent into the heart of the world. And Annie feels a sense of calm and purpose. With each step, she feels the adventure building within her. Her senses becoming more attuned to the magic around her. The sounds of her footsteps echoing softly and steady, and eventually they arrive at the end of this tunnel. And as they arrive at the end of the tunnel and exit the tunnel, she can smell the faint scent of blossoms, the soft rhythmic hum of nature's lullaby. And before her, unseen, is the invisible island, a place where reality and dreams blend seamlessly in a landscape of surreal beauty. And as she walks, the carpet of soft grass yields beneath her feet like the finest pillows, almost like walking on clouds. The flowers around her are vibrant, in seemingly impossible colours, their petals seeming to hum gently, with harmonious tunes, singing with the soft rustling of the leaves. And the sky above continues to display its tapestry of twilight hues, the stars twinkling softly. And in the centre of the island is a table. Its surface intricately carved with ancient symbols and delicate patterns. And Annie approaches, that invisible island, walking through the shallow water to the island, and then finding herself walking up onto the invisible land. And after a short walk, the island beneath her feet becomes visible, almost as if it was shrouded in a cloak of invisibility. And she can see that table. She can see the ornate treasure chest resting on the table. And before the chest is a flaming sword, its blade suspended in the air. Surrounded by a halo of warm, dancing flames. The fire on the sword, casting a soft flickering glow, with an atmosphere that's both awe-inspiring and tranquil. And she takes a deep breath. She unrolls the letter given to her by the twins. And she recognizes that this letter contains a puzzle. And so she begins to decipher this puzzle. Each symbol in the letter, each word, revealing part of an incantation she needs to speak to be able to pass the flaming sword. She finds as she gazes at this letter, her mind drifts into a meditative state. Her thoughts flow like a gentle stream. She feels a profound sense of clarity and understanding. And once she solved the puzzle on the letter, she speaks the incantation out loud, her voice steady, each word filled with the power of her heart. The air shimmers, the flames of the sword flicker, the incantation flows from her lips like a gentle breeze. And as she finishes uttering the incantation, the flames around the sword begin to wane. The glow begins to fade, and the sword gently lowers to the ground, its protective barrier dissolved. And she walks over to the table. She opens the treasure chest, and inside she finds a mosaic heart, glowing warmly with an inner light, pulsing gently, its light spreading a feeling of peace and happiness. She feels a deep connection, and she knows that it holds the power to cultivate peace and happiness wherever she goes. And she can feel a profound sense of peace and love while holding that heart, aware of the joy and serenity this can bring. The twilight sky continues to cast a soft glow, while Annie feels a deep sense of completion and harmony, and curiosity for the future. And she begins to make her journey back home, back to the village. She takes in this island, its beauty. She heads back through the water, back into that tunnel, finds her way all the way back to that portal, and she passes through the portal, finding herself back in the forest, walking through the forest towards the village, the sun still setting, the golden glow still hanging over the land. The village seeming vibrant and alive, more so than when she left, feeling that mosaic heart projects love and kindness from within her, touching all those around her, and eventually arriving back in her cottage, placing the mosaic heart in a special location within her home, its gentle glow illuminating the room, casting a warm, calming light as she feels a deep wave of relaxation and an even deeper state of restful peace wash over her. She enjoys a relaxing bubble bath, enveloped in the water, soothing her muscles, easing away the last of any tension. The gentle scent of lavender filling the air, the soft glow of the light from the mosaic heart, an atmosphere of perfect tranquility as she reflects on her journey, on those she met, on where she found this heart, and the changes this heart will bring to the land before leaving the bath, relaxing in bed, hearing the gentle chimes outside her window, playing the most soothing lullaby, blending with the sounds of the evening, the rustle of a nearby tree, her eyes wanting to close, wanting to drift deeper and deeper into relaxation and sleep, becoming more absorbed in the peacefulness of the moment, dreaming about how she'll spread joy and serenity with the help of that mosaic heart, as she drifts and floats so soundly asleep into slumberland. and twilight weaves a tapestry of hues across the sky as Sarah strolls through her rose garden. Each breath she takes is filled with the heady fragrance of blooming roses, their petals whispering secrets of nature's beauty. The air is cool and crisp, carrying with it the promise of evening. A gentle mist begins to settle, wrapping the garden in a soft, mystical shroud that seems to blur the edges of reality. The colours of the sky fade from the warm glow of the setting sun to the deepening blues of approaching night, blending seamlessly into the horizon. A dragonfly, its wings iridescent, like a shard of rainbow, darts past Sarah. It flits and hovers, a tiny beacon of wonder in the gathering dusk, and she feels a spark of curiosity, a pull she can't resist, as if the dragonfly holds the key to an unspoken adventure. Her steps are light, almost dreamlike, as she follows the delicate creature deeper and deeper into the garden. The way the dragonfly moves with grace and unpredictability, capturing her imagination, making her feel as though she's part of a fairy tale. And the sound of a little bell, soft and distant, gently reaches her ears. It's a calming, melodic tinkle that dances through the air, leading her on like a curious invitation. Her heart quickens with anticipation. Her senses heighten with each step. The mist thickens, creating a veil of enchantment that makes everything seem possible. The bell's sound is almost hypnotic, wrapping her in a cocoon of tranquility and guiding her thoughts towards the deeper mysteries of the night. And the dragonfly leads Sarah beyond the familiar boundaries of her garden into an enchanted forest where towering trees stretch their ancient limbs towards the sky. Their leaves shimmer with an otherworldly glow, and the ground beneath her feet is carpeted with sparkling acorns that crunch softly as she walks. Each acorn seems to almost hold a flicker of starlight, adding to the magical ambience of the forest. And the forest is alive with the sounds of nature. Gentle rustlings, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. A playful kitten with bright, curious eyes and a silky coat appears as if conjured by Sarah's thoughts. It meows softly, a sweet, inviting sound that makes her smile. The kitten trots ahead, its tiny paws barely making a sound on the leaf-strewn path. As Sarah follows, feeling an unspoken connection to this little guide. The kitten's movements are fluid and graceful, and its presence fills her with a sense of joy and wonder, as though it knows the secrets of the forest and is eager to share them. As she walks, her gaze falls upon a pebble nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Glowing faintly, a soft, ethereal light, pulsing gently. She bends down carefully, picks that pebble up, sensing an importance without knowing why. The pebble's warmth seeps gently into her palm, filling her with a comforting sense of belonging. She tucks it into her pocket, feeling its reassuring presence against her side. The texture of the pebble is smooth and soothing, grounding her in the present moment. As the forest grows denser and the trees form a canopy that filters the twilight into a dance of shadows and light, the path twists and turns, leading Sarah deeper and deeper into the heart of the enchanted woods. And each step that she takes is a journey into the unknown. Yet she feels so curious and comfortable. She feels a profound sense of peace, as if she's meant to be here exploring these magical realms. And the deeper she goes, the more she feels a connection to the forest, as though it's welcoming her into its ancient embrace. And the little bell rings again, its sound blending harmoniously with the rustle of leaves and the gentle sounds of the forest. Sarah's heart fills with wonder and serenity as she continues venturing further into this world of dreams and possibilities. And eventually, she steps out of the dense forest, finding herself in a clearing, heading over towards a majestic waterfall that's cascading so serenely into a crystal clear pool. And the waterfall is steady and rhythmic, creating a soothing sound enveloping her senses. The mist from the waterfall hanging in the air, like a delicate veil sparkling tiny rainbows in the fading light. The sight is both awe-inspiring and calming, a natural wonder, speaking directly to the depths of her soul. As she stands on the edge of the pool, mesmerized by the water's constant, gentle flow, the surface of the pool reflecting the twilight sky, almost like a mirror reflecting the night and its endless depth. Enjoying the coolness and the refreshing scent of the water and the night air, Sarah breathes deeply and feels a deep sense of relaxation wash over her, as if the worries of the world are being washed away, with the water like a soothing lullaby, calming her mind and body, before noticing a soft, glowing light appearing beside the waterfall. And out of this light seems to form a hologram of a wise old woman. And the woman's face is so kind and serene, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom, her voice deeply gentle and comforting. And the hologram's presence is ethereal and reassuring. "Welcome, Sarah," the hologram says. "You've embarked on a quest to expand your consciousness and discover your inner strength. This journey will take you through challenges and revelations. It will guide you to a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you." Sarah listens, her heart beating gently. The hologram continues. "Behind this waterfall lies a hidden cave, and within this cave you'll find the key to your journey." And with these words, the hologram fades away. As Sarah walks towards that waterfall, and as she walks towards the waterfall, so that waterfall parts gently, revealing a narrow passage, and she steps through the curtain of water and enters the hidden cave. And the cave is filled with shimmering stalactites and stalagmites, their crystalline surfaces reflecting the light in a rainbow of colours. The air is cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of stone and moss, and the cave feels like a sacred space, untouched by time, a place where the mysteries of the earth could be revealed. As she ventures deeper and deeper into the cave, her footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, and she finds a secluded spot, an alcove adorned with glowing crystals, bathing the space in a soft, otherworldly light. She relaxes down, closes her eyes, and lets the tranquility of the cave begin to envelop her. She begins to meditate, breathing slowly and steady. With each exhale, she can feel herself sinking deeper and deeper into a state of profound relaxation. And the boundaries of her physical body start to blur. She can feel herself drifting, dreaming, her consciousness expanding beyond the confines of the cave. Sensations of the cave begin to fade, replaced by a sense of weightlessness and freedom, and she begins to astral travel. She feels weightless, her spirit floating free from her body. Opening her eyes, she finds herself in a dreamlike landscape filled with floating islands and ethereal lights that dance like will-o'-the-wisps in the twilight air. The sky above her is a swirl of colours, dancing from one hue to the next, creating a serene and magical panorama. The air is filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft hum of distant music. And a luminous moth, its wings shimmering with a soft golden light, appears before her, gently fluttering, so calming, so peaceful. And Sarah feels an instant connection to this delicate creature as the moth begins to move, and Sarah begins to follow, finding herself drawn into the deeper mysteries of this dreamscape. And the moth's light creates a pathway through the dreamscape, guiding her towards new revelations, with the landscape around her shifting and changing, each scene more enchanting than the last. As she passes through fields of softly glowing flowers, their petals sharing ancient secrets as she walks by. She crosses a bridge made of fine, woven threads, suspended over rivers of liquid light, exploring deeper and deeper into the heart of this mystical realm, where the boundaries between reality and dream seem to blur into a seamless tapestry of wonder. And the sights, the sounds, and the scents of this realm fill her with awe and a deep sense of peace. and she feels that deep sense of peace and belonging, as if she's discovering a hidden part of herself. And the luminous moth leads her to a grand ancient tree at the centre of a floating island, and the tree's branches stretch towards the sky, dripping with leaves that sparkle like stars. And Sarah reaches out to touch the tree, feeling a surge of warmth and wisdom flow through her. And the tree's presence is grounding and uplifting, connecting her to the earth and the cosmos. And she begins to explore the idea of interconnectedness. She feels a profound sense of unity with the world around her, a harmony transcending the physical, touching the very essence of being. She feels a sense of purpose and knowing, and a newfound understanding. She finds her awareness gently returning to the cave, almost like pulses and waves of awareness, before drifting deeper and deeper and discovering herself journeying on an astral plane towards some jagged mountains. And the sky is a swirling canvas of greys and blacks. Thunder is softly rumbling like a distant ancient drum. Lightning is dancing in the sky against the dark black backdrop of the clouds. She has a sense of the rain beginning to fall and touch her clothes. The drops run down her face, and is aware of her physicality as this astral being. She can sense the scent of the rain and the earth. The smell of the storm. She can see a winding path down the mountain, and she can see a weathered sledge near that path. She feels compelled to take that sledge, sit in the sledge and push off from the sides, following the path in the sledge down the side of the mountain. The storm continuing on. The sound of the sledge on snow. The distant sound of thunder. Feeling the excitement of sledging down a mountainside. The rain in her face. Breathing so calm and so steady. And at the base of the mountain stands a majestic dragon as she comes to a halt. its scales shimmering with deep blues, silvers and purples, its eyes ancient, friendly and wise. She automatically feels a profound connection to this dragon, finding this dragon's presence powerful and calming, and projecting that power and calmness within her as inner strength. And the dragon silently begins to guide her, guiding her through the storm towards a grand castle. And the castle is surrounded by a vast moat, the waters reflecting the storm above. The structure seeming awe-inspiring and intimidating. This castle looking like it's been standing here for centuries. And as the drawbridge begins to lower, the storm clouds begin to part, and she walks across the drawbridge. Heads over to the castle, feeling a deep sense of peace, calm, and heads into the castle. And the air in the castle is cool and still. The deep scent of old wood and ancient stone. Her footsteps echoing so softly against the stone floors. Tapestries on the wall depicting scenes of mythical landscapes. The castle having an atmosphere of history and wisdom. And eventually she finds a grand doorway. This doorway is carved with symbols of earth, water, air and fire. And the door gently opens, and inside she finds 4 incredible looking artifacts, each one representing a different element. An earthy looking stone, a vial of water, a feather, and a candle flame flickering and warm. And she has this instinctive understanding that her role is to balance these elements, to harmonize the different aspects of her inner strength and consciousness. She can feel the weight and solidity of the stone, grounding her, reminding her of her connection to the earth and her own stability. She places that on a pedestal, looking like it's marked with the symbol for the earth. The vial of water reflects the clarity and the light. can feel its coolness, its calm presence washing over her. She places that on the pedestal marked for water. She feels a deep sense of peace and purity, and a reflection of her inner emotional depth. And the feather is light and delicate, so light in fact it's almost floating out of her hand. She places that on the pedestal marked for air, as it brings a lightness to her mind and thoughts, brings a sense of clarity and focus, and seems to almost enhance her intellectual and creative abilities. As she takes the candle, its flame warm, inviting, comforting, dancing and flickering, representing spirit and passion and inner drive. And she recognizes the power within herself. As she places that down on the relevant pedestal, feeling a surge of energy, being filled with a sense of purpose and courage. And with all four elements balanced in perfect harmony in place, a door in the far wall unlocks with a soft click, slides aside, and Sarah steps through the door into a hidden chamber beyond this room. Chamber with a sense of timelessness, its walls shimmering with a strange ethereal light. And the atmosphere in this chamber feels like it's charged with the energy of countless memories and experiences, a place where past, present and future converge. She finds herself, as she walks to the center of the chamber, engulfed in a swirling vortex of memories. Looking in one direction, time begins to run backwards, and she witnesses memories, moments from her past playing out in reverse, rapidly. She sees herself as a child, moments of joy and happiness, some sad moments, different decisions that have occurred, directing the path to the present. And each scene unfolds with clarity and insight and a new understanding. And the memories draw her deeper and deeper into her history. She watches those moments pass by in a detached way, offering deep understanding, realizing the significance of different experiences, the lessons learned, the growth achieved, the mistakes and triumphs, the fears and hopes, and how they've all woven together to form the tapestry of her life. She can see how each thread, no matter how small, contributed to who she is today. And journeying through those memories, she feels a sense of gratitude and acceptance. And she starts to have this feeling like it's raining inside the chamber, with that rain being warm and soothing, calming her spirit, cleansing past doubts and fears, leaving her feeling refreshed, renewed and revitalized. She feels a deep sense of peace, like a weight lifting off her shoulders, like a burden being removed, like being carried forward by wisdom. And then she experiences looking the other direction and sees the positives of the future, the ways she handles challenges, positive moments she hasn't even thought of and doesn't know exist, and who she becomes and continues to grow into. And after her time in this cave, learning in this chamber, she finds herself drifting back to her body, back to her mind, exiting her meditation and exiting the castle. And she walks to a tranquil, serene lake. Its water so still it's like a mirror, reflecting the glow of the moon and the stars. The sounds of the gentle breeze, leaves rustling in the trees, feeling a deep and profound sense of calm and peace. Her muscles in her body relaxing, her mind quietening, breathing deeply and comfortably, so absorbed in the atmosphere of this location. And a dragonfly dancing across the surface of the pool of water. The dragonfly's wings shimmering like liquid silver in the moonlight. And Sarah walks along the edge of this lake and finds a small sailboat moored up. She steps onto the sailboat, its wood creaking softly, the boat swaying so gently. She casts off from the shore, relaxing on that boat, its rhythmic movements soothing, lulling her deeper and deeper relaxed. The sound of the water lapping so gently against the underside of the boat. The sensation of the boat's movements and the sound of the water, enhancing a feeling of harmony, peace and serenity. And she watches the moonlight as it dances and twinkles on the water's surface in the wake of the boat, pondering the experience she's had. And then falling asleep, softly and slowly and gently on this boat, as it glides back across the lake. Before nudging up against a shore, waking her up. She leaves the boat and finds that she's back in the rose garden. The night sky still stretched overhead, the expanse of stars twinkling like thousands of tiny lanterns. The roses seeming to almost glow in the starlight. The sweet fragrance of those roses. The ethereal, almost dreamlike atmosphere. As the playful kitten runs over and weaves its way through the garden and starts weaving through Sarah's legs, purring softly. The sound she finds deeply comforting, bringing peace and calm to her mind. And she sits down among the roses, and the cat climbs on her lap, curls itself up, and she gently strokes the cat as it falls asleep in her lap, enhancing and deepening the sense of peace and tranquility in the moment. Watching the stars pass overhead and lying back while stroking the cat and finding herself begin to drift and float so peacefully asleep, her breathing slowing, the air on her cheeks as she relaxes into the most pleasant dream, drifting and floating, relaxed asleep into slumberland.